recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar, because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for a logistics business, for a real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on CapEx, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential, because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
In terms of what the conversations have been like in Davos for you, apart from the VVIP meeting with President Trump, what has been the highlight and what has been the biggest talking point? Let's keep the geopolitics aside. Has AI taken center stage once again, and adoption across various industries?
AI is clearly center stage, and there have been some very good discussions on how AI is being used. What are the possibilities with AI? Is it hype, or is it just something that will transform all our businesses? So lots of discussion on AI, lots on geopolitics as well, how companies are coping with that, how are they facing challenges and responding to uncertainty. For us, it's also a great way to meet with many of our joint venture partners who are global, many of our investors, potential partners, and these are great meetings to have, great relationships to have, and something that just strengthens the Mahindra Group overall.
One message for the outlook for the Mahindra Group in 2026, and the core of that could be AI adoption, or the lens could be AI adoption.
So for us, it is again staying on track. We have done well. Our leaders and our associates have just put in tremendous effort and got us to where we are today. We are on very strong momentum. We are leaders in technology in many of the industries we play in, and it's important for us to continue to be a leader in technology. You will see more from us on AI as well, as we have been a leader in the AI front. We haven't spoken a lot about it because we typically prefer to speak after we've done something, which we shall do in this case as well.
In 2026, we'll see something exciting?
AI is about changes and transforming every process. So I don't see AI as something that is a huge big bang, a magic wand that transforms everything overnight. Each of our leaders has to own it, drive it. In some cases, there are incremental changes. In some cases, there are substantial changes. But all of it comes together to make the company a lot more powerful, a lot more productive, offer a much better customer experience, much better quality. These are all the factors we're driving with AI.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nisha, for speaking with us, and enjoy the rest of your trip.
Thank you. Pleasure being here.
Well, that was, of course, Tamanna Inam, the managing editor of NDTV Profit, speaking to Anisha. A lot of topics across geopolitics, across conversations on AI, amongst others, but that's definitely one that you don't want to miss. Let's get back to Ask Profit, the afternoon edition now. My name is Puneet. Of course, with me is Mahima, and over the next few minutes, we'll try and solve all your stock-related queries. The numbers for your stock-related queries are on the top of your screen, so you can start sending them right now. And let's quickly dive into them. And let me welcome in the guests for now. Chandan Taparia, the head technical and derivative research at Motilal Oswal. With him is Avinash Gorakshankar. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for patiently waiting by. Let me take across the first query now, and it's actually at a recent listing, Bharat Coking Coal right now. And, our viewer Radhakrishna is actually asking this query. He's asking if he should buy into this. Avinash, I know it's a recent listing. We spoke about it a little bit in other shows amongst others, but anyone who's looking at Bharat Coking Coal, anything that they should watch out for?
No, I think, Puneet, this is a recent listing, so, I think not much of post-IPO track record, but I think hopefully, they are into a monopolistic kind of business. The IPO has made good money for investors. So I would say that, unless the investor has got a slightly medium to long-term horizon, at least a couple of years, because, these kind of stocks take a considerable amount of time to get re-rated. And unless we get to see the first quarterly set of numbers, the conference call commentary, what is the kind of growth outlook, only then one can take a final assessment. But yes, from a long-term angle, one can accumulate it at the current level, 38, 39 rupees, if one has at least a 12 to 18 month kind of time.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Bharat Coking Coal. The next question that we have is from NKS, who's writing us from Mumbai. He's purchased PNB Gilts, 500 shares at the levels of 110. He wants to know if he can hold or sell, sitting on a loss of around 15,000 rupees right now. Chandan, a very good afternoon to you. What are charts indicating for something like a PNB Gilts? I know it's a very small company to track, but any view?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mahima. So this counter has been making lower top, lower bottom from last almost 6 months, and we have noticed that every small bounce is being sold. The immediate structure of the counter is negative, but already we have seen a corrective move, so some sort of consolidative move could be seen. But as of now, we have to be in a broader range. Multiple supports are visible near 75 to 72, but at the same time, hurdles are intact near 85. So this is the probable trading range we need to utilize for buy on dip stance or use a small bounce to exit the position as of now.
Chandan, very good afternoon. Before we take another stock-related query, any quick view on the index that you have right now? Because we've seen a very positive day after a tumultuous week, honestly. Anything that you can offer on that as well?
Yeah, good afternoon. So index has been making lower top, lower bottom, and we have noticed that every small bounce is being sold. In fact, if I just look at the last week, index bounced to 26,900, fell to surpass its 50-day EMA, and that is started to act as a hurdle, which earlier used to be as a support zone, and now even the bounces are being sold. Today it recovered to 25,435. Bounces are being sold with sustained call writing activity. In fact, the put call ratio of index is drifting lower. India VIX is near 14 marks. So most of the data setup are indicating limited upside. Only caveat is that market already seen a corrective move in last 12 trading session and gone into the deep oversold territory. But till it doesn't go above 25, 400, 440, the structure could remain weak to retest the key support near 25,000 to 24,850 marks.
Got that view, Chandan. But the next question is on Inox Wind, and Jagdish from Chennai is actually asking this question largely on, if he should buy into, this counter as we speak. Avinash, any coverage on this one? What should, Jagdish do with Inox Wind?
No, I think, the wind market has been doing pretty well, and Inox Wind is a, fairly noticeable and a dominant player in the wind market. I think has got a decent order book, but I think last 1 or 2 quarters, numbers have not been great. So I think, if the investor can look at it from a slightly medium to long term kind of horizon, because wind energy is now gaining fast acceptability. Even the pricing appears to be quite good. So I think from a longer term perspective, most of the negatives are factored into the price. So around 100 odd rupees, I think one can definitely take a call, but keep a time frame of at least 12 to 18 months.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Inox Wind. For viewers who are tuning in, you can also give us a call on the number that's flashing on your screen up there, or send your queries on WhatsApp to us. The next question that we have is from Sarath, who's writing us from Tirupati. He's holding Easy Trip Planners shares of 911 at the price of 11.56. He wants to know if he can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective or not. Avinash, would you recommend that?
I think my guess is, I think the stock has been beaten down exceedingly badly. So I would not suggest to buy fresh. I think, as of now, my suggestion is, wait for the Q3 numbers, because despite being a platform business, profitability has been very low. And I think, there have been some news about some corporate governance issues also. So I would say that it's better to wait. Don't make a hurry to buy the stock immediately. If you have it, I think wait for the Q3 numbers and then take a fresh trade.
Got the view, Avinash. But we have a first caller of Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. Shaunak has a stock query for us. Shaunak, very good afternoon. What's your query?
Yeah, good afternoon. Shaunak here from Mumbai. I have bought Crompton Greaves at 278.43.
Okay.
600 shares.
Okay.
Should I exit, hold, or average it? I can hold it for 2 months.
Okay, so you can hold it for the next 2 months. And Shaunak, do you hold any other similar name in the FMCG space in your portfolio apart from Crompton?
VBL.
Sorry, okay, Varun Beverages, got it. Let me go across to Chandan, since it's only a 2-month time frame. Chandan, he has Varun Beverages, not mentioned the price, but he also is holding Crompton at 278, 600 shares, and he can hold for the next 2 months. Would you recommend him to continue holding, or any kind of pullback to those levels where he's bought at?
First, to talk about Crompton, the structure of the counter is clearly weak. It has been making lower top, lower bottom formation from last almost 18 months and now trading at multiple years low. In fact, the lowest level of last 5.5, 6 years. So trend is clearly negative, and we have noticed that every small consolidation attracts the fresh buying, fresh selling opportunity. So till it remains below 240, I believe structure is weak. It can go down to 210, 205. So my suggestion is try to exit the position on any small bounce, or at least reduce some position, because the structure of the counter is weak. Talking about Varun Beverages, VBL, here it has been consolidating in a range. Multiple supports are visible with the support of rising trend line, but momentum is missing and hurdles are clearly visible near 500, 510 marks. So this is one counter which may be positive to range bound, or I can say range bound in between 460 to 510. So buy on decline with support of 460 can be done for a bounce towards 500, 510 kind of level. So range bound bias. So that's why we'll go with buy on decline setup in the counter.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Varun Beverages as well as something like Crompton Greaves. But moving on to the next question, which is from Mr. Prem Kumar, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about Uniparts India. He's got around 50 odd shares at the levels of 504. Wants to know if he can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Avinash, any view?
Yeah, I think he can continue to hold. Of course, the market for them is the US market, basically the agriculture implement market, where Uniparts is a significant player. The company has a very strong logistic-driven warehouse model. And I think in the last 1 or 2 quarters, numbers have been slightly mixed to weak. But hopefully, from the second half of this financial year, things should improve. So I think, at the current odd levels, the investor should hold on. I think, interestingly, the company is operating on a strong wicket. And I think going forward, over the next say 6 to 12 months, you could see better numbers. So continue to hold.
Got the view, Avinash, but the next query is on HDFC Bank, and actually Deepak from Bengaluru, he's telling us Jai Shri Ram. So Jai Shri Ram to you as well, Deepak. His question actually is on HDFC Bank, bought at 1550. So that's HDFC AMC. Let's look at HDFC Bank very quickly. That's his question. And Chandan is actually asking the next 6 months view. What would you recommend right now, because he's bought it before the bonus? So any view that you can offer on the counter?
So as of now, this medium-term structure of the counter is negative, as it fell to hold about 1,000 and now drifting towards 900 marks. The good part is beta of counter is low, so downside seems to be limited. Again, it may get stuck in a range, but not expecting any quick or V-shaped rally in the counter. So as of now, let's wait for a decline towards 888 to 900. And I think that price juncture can provide some stability for a bounce towards 940, 950. So dip and then some recovery or the mixed cues with limited upside could be seen in this counter.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on HDFC Bank. The next question that we have is from Rajesh, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Neuland Labs, holding 25 odd shares at the levels of 15,500. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or exit in the near future. So, Chandan, I'll take this up with you. What are the charts indicating for something like a Neuland Lab?
So talking about this company, I think one need to be keep in mind that mid cap, small cap are not doing great comparatively. And if I look at this name, some support based buying was visible in last 2-3 months, but in this month the momentum is missing out. In fact, they started to form lower top, lower bottom. Only good part is that it opened positive today, witnessed some follow-up, but volume is missing. So I don't think as of now it may see some recovery. Already corrective move is visible. It has seen a correction from 19,750 to almost 13,000 marks. Still it remains below 14,200. It can retest 13,000 to 12,500.
Got that view, Chandan, but viewers as well as Chandan and Avinash, it's time for a rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. Request you to keep your answers on buy, sell and hold so that we can take as many queries in the next 3 minutes. This one's coming from Jay Krishnan. He's asking if he can exit Ultratech and shift to Maruti Suzuki for the next 6 to 9 months. Chandan, would you recommend that trade?
Yes.
Okay, the next one is on LIC. Krishnaji is holding 19 shares at the rate of 904 since IPO allotment. Should he continue to hold or move to better stocks? Avinash, your view?
I think continue to hold.
Avinash, next one's on Eternal, and Prasad is actually holding 20,000 shares at 289. Should he continue to do so?
Yeah, this is for me.
Yeah, Avinash, yes.
Yeah, I think he should continue to hold.
Okay, Vedanta target for the next month. Chandan, your view on this, on the charts?
Yeah, it can go to 720.
The next one that we're getting is, sorry, pardon me. It's on Man Infra, another key stock that we get a lot of queries on, and Kalbatta is actually owning it at 162, Chandan. 3,000 shares is what he holds. Should he continue to do that?
As of now, it looks weak. It can go to 95, 94 kind of levels.
Okay, EPAC Prefab Technologies. From a long-term perspective, should Pawan from Hyderabad continue to hold? He's bought at 290. Avinash, any view on this?
Yeah, I think he should hold. He can even average at the current level.
The next one's L&T, and actually Sheshadri is asking a question. He's bought it at 4,071. Stock's been in a consolidation range, right? Avinash post then he's asking why it's going down, but any view on this one?
So I think one should take a longer term view. I think L&T is a large cap stock, and I think you should definitely make a reasonable risk reward, but I think keep a time frame of 12 to 18 months.
Okay, Biocon is the next one. Kirtana wants to know what's the short term outlook for this one. Chandan, your view?
The mix range bound bias, broader trading range is 350 to 395.
Tata Capital is the next one. Avinash, should Ashok continue to hold this counter?
Yeah, I think he should continue to hold.
Okay, Max Healthcare is the next one. The investor Abhijit from Kolkata wants to know if he can continue to hold this for the next 2 to 3 odd years. Avinash, your view?
Yeah, I think she should hold on.
The next one's from Santosh Pawar is actually on Meesho. He's holding 100 shares at the price of 200 rupees per share. Avinash, I know recent listing might not be in coverage, but anything that he should watch out for?
No, I think preferably, the next 1 or 2 quarters would be critical, and I think till that time he should hold.
Okay, Z Entertainment is the next one. Shilpa wants to know if she can continue to hold this counter. She's in a loss of 2.6 lakh rupees. Chandan, your view?
As of now, week it can go to 78, 79 kind of levels.
The next one is on, okay, Z Entertainment is done. Let me find another stock query real quickly. It's on Lloyd's Engineering actually, Chandan. Our viewers actually bought it at 58 rupees per share, 257 shares. Should Shiv Kumar continue to hold?
So as of now, I've seen that most of these counters are not performing. So better to avoid. Weakness could be seen, 10 to 15% more downside are visible in the counter, which can take it to 39 to 38 half kind of levels.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Lloyd's Engineering. But Avinash as well as Chandan, thank you so much for helping us answer those queries on the afternoon edition of Ask Profit. Viewers, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Do stay tuned. India Market Close next.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains. Your Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV. This is going to be shitty footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आप।
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close. My name is Alex Matthew and with me is Hiral Dadia and Sharad Dubey, and we'll take you through the next 1 hour of trade. The excitement that you saw at the start of today's session has evaporated over the course of the day. In fact, it didn't take very long for that to take place. A lot of those gains that you saw at the start have now disappeared. We're trading with gains of just about 0.2%, and at very close to that 25,200 mark. But surprisingly, the screen is more green than red. Pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50 and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's actually a pretty picture. But the problem is with a few of these names. Take a look at this. ICICI Bank, HDFC, you have Reliance Industries, which is also in the red and is pulling the benchmark. So three of these heavyweights are leading to quite the weight on the downside. Of course, the story of the day and arguably the stock of the day on the heavyweight side is Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. We'll talk about that in just a bit. BL doing reasonably well, and the Adani group of stocks also up and about in trade. Adani Ports up about 2.2% or thereabouts, and quite a few other stocks also gaining ground. But pull up the contribution list and you will see what I'm talking about on the points contribution side, right? So HDFC Bank, Reliance Industries, ICICI Bank, and also Eternal, which is proving to be a little bit of a downer after Dipinder Goyal has decided to move on, despite that stellar set of numbers that was posted by Blinkit. Of course, that's measured on the other side or balanced on the other side by a number of these stocks. Take a look at the broader markets as well very quickly. You have gains of about 1% or so it's a prettier picture at the broader end of the spectrum, and gains of about 0.7% for the small cap index. If we can pull up the advanced decline ratio just to drive home this point, and you will see that it is continuing to be more or less at the widest point of the day. So more action in the broader markets than for the benchmark, and that benchmark drop from the high point here might be a little exaggerated and might be telling a slightly different story than it actually is.
Absolutely, I agree, Alex, to what you're saying as well. And if you see in terms of individual sectors, let's just quickly pull up the sectoral heat map, because as Alex was pointing out, there is that weakness that's coming in when it comes to the banks as well. If you can just have the sectoral heat map on the screens to tell us what's happening on that front. Real estate continues that downward spiral. Defense continues to see profit booking as well in today's session, but it's mainly media which is hogging the limelight as we speak. Apart from that, pharma is also doing pretty well, but that's again an impact of DRL. Broader markets, let's look at individual stocks. Rallis India, yesterday when the earnings came, we didn't see a major reaction. Today, post the brokerage notes at the conference call, the stock is up nearly 16% in trade. Schneider Electric, Inox Green, Wari Energies, Premier Energies, that entire pack is actually up in trade. Now, that's because the way Wari has posted numbers, that's what is having a rub-off effect on Inox and Premier. Jyoti Structures is also coming up in trade. PNB Housing, 8% downtick coming in now. Kalyan Jewelers is trading under pressure. EPAC under pressure. Hind Copper and Hind Zinc are also down and about in trade. EPAC Prefab. Bajaj Consumer is seeing a NDTV Profit reaction when Sharad spoke to the management. That stock actually hit upper circuit on KYC and continues there as well. So that's a Bajaj Consumer that we are seeing. So Sharad, a lot of individual counters that are seeing, good moves in trade today, may it be on the upside or the downside. But from here on, it becomes important to understand how sustainable are these moves, number one. And two, what is that last hour setup telling you from here on? Because it is Sensex expiry as well.
It's a very volatile session, and Alex also pointed out the broader markets, the story is very different, and index, the story is very different. So I'll just show you the divergence which is coming out, and there is of course the volatility at play. I would like to get in the Sensex expiry of the last, we could say half an hour or so more expiry. We can see more volatility playing out, but remember the India VIX, which we track, that has also significantly gone up in the last 5 trading sessions. But if you look at it, now option trades are getting viable as well. So if you're an option trader, there are some strategies which we'll get you from our guests as well. It's a very better setup for the broader markets, which we actually pointed out, almost 3:1 in the ratio of bulls. That's what we are seeing. Also, the short covering from the FIs, it is still pending. Currently, it's at 89% last trading sessions. Likely that will remain in that area. Maybe on Friday, if there is no volatility of the expiry, we might see the impending short covering at play. The Nifty's key support levels are still respected, 200 DMA levels, that's roughly 25,114 levels. Right now, currently Nifty is at 25,200. And the data is suggesting a range-bound movement as of now. No major positions in the contracts coming in both put sides as well as call. And also the overhang is there of a weaker rupee despite the RBI intervention coming in, and that will remain a key overhang until we get to important levels. The risk-on sentiment is seen globally after Trump's comments last night at Davos, and the European markets, if you look at it, a very strong opening coming in. Most of the indices going up past the 1% or 2% mark. So these are the important triggers which are there in the market. Over to you, Alex.
An important factor is that you've pointed out that Sensex expiry, one of the most important heading into the last few minutes of trade or 1 hour of trade. Nilesh Jain, Head AVP Technical and Derivatives Research at Centrum Broking, joining us. And so too is Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and Head Research, Avinash Mentor Research Services. Gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time and pleasure having you on the program as always. Nilesh, first to you, just on the comment that Sharad was making about the tale of two stories, or the two stories that are playing out today. One with the index, the Nifty 50, and the other with the broader markets, which are looking sanguine. But what's happening with the benchmark?
Very good afternoon to you, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, if you see, as far as index is concerned, today we did see a strong opening, but the market couldn't sustain at the high level where Nifty faced resistance at 25,400 levels. And looking at the overall candle formation today, it's kind of a highly volatile session. If you see the volatility index, although it has cooled off, but the intraday movement was very, wild. So looking at the overall setup, we may see some bit of a follow-up on the upside, but once again, overall, we are expecting some bit of consolidation to continue from here. We are not expecting any sort of V-shaped recovery. Indeed, in fact, if you see on the lower side, we have a very strong support of its 200-day moving average, which was respected on the closing basis yesterday, which is placed somewhere around 25,100. So that is the important level that we are keeping an eye on. If it breaks decisively below that, then it will be considered as a structural breakdown. That the target on the lower side will open up for 24,700. But before that, we expect some bit of a pullback move from here. And in the coming week, we have a monthly FN expiry as well. So the range, as of now, we are keeping an eye on would be 25,000 to 25,500. So that's the 500-point trading range. If you get any dip towards 25,100, that might get bought into, and at the same time, if you get any pullback towards 25,400, 25,500, that's the range where we might see some bit of distribution. On the other hand, the broader markets, in fact, the confidence what we are getting is majorly in the large cap compared to the broader market. So it's better to avoid small cap for the time being. In fact, the confidence is missing out there. Focus should be on the benchmark indices.
Be on the benchmark indices, a 500-point range. Ruchit, your top picks then for this 500-point range as well. Nilesh, sorry.
Right. So first of all, we are focusing on the long side trade. So particularly the banking names, we are bullish on IDFC First Bank. We have seen a very strong rebound in the IDFC First Bank counter. So we expect a move towards 86 to 87 on the upside. So keeping a stop loss below 81. IDFC First Bank can be bought for upside target of 86 and 88. Now, another stock that is looking positive for a strong pullback move, that's Policy Bazaar. So it looks like it has formed a very good base formation somewhere around 1600 to 1650 zone. We expect a follow-up on the upside on the back of pullback towards 1750 to 1800 in Policy Bazaar. Keeping a stop loss below 1665, Policy Bazaar can be bought at current price.
That's the view coming in from Nilesh. But moving on, Dr. Reddy Labs has reported better than expected Q3 with profits beating estimates despite continued weakness in the US generics business. Varsha joins in with more details. Varsha, stock is doing really well, good performance coming. Is it all the geographies or some geographies haven't performed?
Well, North America is the one which has not performed, but that is, true for every other pharma company, wherein you'll see good domestic growth, but not good growth when it comes to North America. This is on the back of lower Revlimid, that is cancer drug. But, starting with Dr. Reddy's, if you see, as you rightly said, strong set of numbers which was led by strong momentum in their branded business, and also if you see there was a favorable forex helped offset impact of lower Revlimid sales. Now do remember, Revlimid sales once upon a time was a growth driver for the company, for every pharma company, but now lower Revlimid sales have impacted North America revenue. Weakness in US generics was cushioned by India, Europe and emerging markets, wherein they've seen strong growth in all these three markets. And there was an EBITDA margin impact which was led by new labor codes, and also if you see, company is optimistic when it comes to launch of semaglutide and several few launches. Now on to the North America, let's see segmental wise how the company has been performing. Well, revenues were down 12% year on year for North America. If you see, and this decline was led by lower Revlimid sales. That is true for every other pharma company, and there was also higher price erosion in select products in overall US market, which has also impacted North America, and 6 new products were launched in Q3. Shifting our focus to the next segment, which is Europe. If you see, the revenues were up 20% year on year. Now this was led by excluding NRT portfolio, Europe growth was about 16% year on year, and if you see, this growth was driven by new launches, NRT portfolio and favorable forex. Now talking about the India business, if you see, good growth in India business, up 19% year on year. Now this was driven by innovative portfolio, brand launches and price increases that the company has seen. Talking about the emerging markets, well, was up 32% year on year, and the growth was driven by new product launches. Some of them was also on the back of favorable forex and the price increase. Talking about the brokerages, let's see what brokerages are saying. If you see the Morgan Stanley, they have maintained equal weight, though they've cut target price. They say that the company has posted strong ex-US growth, which was led by India, EU and EM, and the muted growth keeps them rating Dr. Reddy's as equal weight. Let's see what Jefferies is saying. Well, according to Jefferies, they've maintained buy, though they've cut target price as Q3 increases confidence in base business and broadly in line December quarter according to Jefferies. And the one-off expenses, if you see, resulted in elevated selling and distribution expenses. So overall, if you see, good kind of numbers that the company has seen, and all the three brokerages have highlighted one major point, that is this semaglutide launch for the company.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much, Varsha, for getting us those details. And in fact, Avinash, the question to you, stock is up over 5%, top performer on the benchmark Nifty 50. People have argued that valuations are compelling at this point, and the bounce back from this, from the perspective of earnings and fundamentals exists, as was displayed in the numbers. Are you sanguine on Dr. Reddy's Laboratories? Would this be your top pick?
It's not our top pick, Alex, but yes, we are structurally positive on Dr. Reddy's. In fact, yesterday, before the results were to come, there was a weakness trend. But after the numbers have come in, I think numbers have been slightly better than what the street expected. And that's the reason you're seeing the stock up by about 5%. My sense is that hopefully, I think now with this growth trajectory, if the company is able to record a similar growth, in other territories apart from North America, I think North America continues to be a pain point. So I think, probably the market would like to evaluate over the next couple of quarters. But yes, I think over the medium to long term within the pharma space, Dr. Reddy looks to be quite well positioned for the next financial year.
Got it. Let's now cut across to Davos, where Rahul Kanwal is in conversation with Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. Listen in.
आप यहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
मेरा लगता है कि गवर्नमेंट इज ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस. चुनाव का समय भी होते हैं, लेकिन जब तक हम लोग ऑफिस में होता हो, स्टेट को भी समय देना चाहिए. सो इलेक्शन का दृष्टि से देखे तो दिस 3 days इज वेस्टेड, बट स्टेट के लिए अच्छा है. सो
क्या अचीव किया आपने डावोस आके? ये आपका डावोस डेब्यू है?
फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम असम इज हियर इन डावोस. पहले तो आई ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इट इज. कोई अच्छे सेशन में भी पार्टिसिपेट किए, दैट्स वन. देयर आर many good event has been organized specially for Assam. वो भी मेरे लिए फायदामंद हुए. पूरा का जो सेमीकंडक्टर का इकोसिस्टम में जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जो कंपनियां काम कर रहे हैं, उनका साथ भी काफ़ी अच्छा मुलाकात हुए. अश्विनी जी भी साथ में रहे, यूनियन मिनिस्टर. और ऑफ कोर्स इतना सारे इंडिया का इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट आया है, ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स भी आए हैं. So I think we also got a confirmation of investment around 1 lakh crore.
मैं देख रहा था कि आप असम में एक सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम बनाने की शुरू करें, क्योंकि वहां पे तो टी, पेट्रोलियम, ये ट्रेडिशनल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं। अब सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने के लिए असम कोई क्यों आएगा?
पहले दिस इज ए बिग ब्रेक थ्रू. Assam is normally known for hydrocarbon, tea, Kaziranga, but Tata has decided to go and set up the first India semiconductor OSAT in Assam. अगले 2 महीना में प्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. जब इतना बड़ा इंडस्ट्री आते हैं और आप जानते हैं इट दिस इज ए इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑफ 30,000 crore, so many big players are involved there. So धीरे धीरे वो लोग भी चाहते हैं बिकॉज दैट इकोसिस्टम नीड्स कंटिन्यूअस सपोर्ट, केमिकल से लेकर मशीन से लेकर, सो ऑटोमेटिकली एक इकोसिस्टम बन जाते हैं. तो मेरा जो एफर्ट रहे, अगर एक के लिए एक इकोसिस्टम बना है, व्हाई नॉट सेकंड आल्सो कम्स एंड जॉइन द इकोसिस्टम.
तो महाराष्ट्र का हेड स्टार्ट था डेटा सेंटर्स में, जीसीसीज में, फिर अब मैं देख रहा हूँ, कल मैं चंद्रबाबू नायडू से बात कर रहा था, वो लेके आ रहे हैं. उनके कुछ नेचुरल एडवांटेजेस हैं, असम के तो बहुत सारे नेचुरल डिसएडवांटेजेस हैं इसमें.
असम इज ए क्रिटिकल स्टेट, कॉम्प्लेक्स स्टेट, बिकॉज हम लोग देश का सीमा में रहता हूँ एंड वी आर नॉट कनेक्टेड टू एनी सी रोड. जब साउथ ईस्ट एशिया कुछ पॉलिटिकली जियोपॉलिटिक्स चेंज होगा तो असम विल बी द एंट्री पॉइंट फॉर साउथ ईस्ट एशिया. बट दोज डेज आर नॉट नियर, वी कान सी इट इन वेरी नियर फ्यूचर. बट फिर भी लोग असम में आ रहा है. The last advantage Assam summit we did, we got a investment offer for rupees 5 lakh crore.
तो उसमें से आया कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट?
Crore is already grounded, massive. साथ में इस बार भी I got a request for around 1 lakh crore. So Davos में. So but मैंने जानबूझ के यहाँ MOU नहीं किया हूँ. I want to do it in a good function in the mid-February in Assam. But अच्छा खासा असम के लिए अभी मैं आपको ही पूछूंगा कि इन स्पाइट ऑफ सो मेनी कंस्ट्रेंट, पीपल आर गोइंग फॉर असम, पीपल आर कमिंग टू असम, एंड ऑफ कोर्स असम इज आल्सो ग्रोइंग.
मेरी थ्योरी देखिए, पीपल आर कमिंग नहीं, आप भी एफर्ट कर रहे हो, आपकी सरकार है, सरकार भी मदद कर रही है. लेकिन एक दूसरी थ्योरी है कि अगर कुछ जोन्स में, जैसे चाइना में हुआ, उन्होंने कुछ जोन्स में बहुत सारी कंसंट्रेशन के साथ इंडस्ट्रीज को क्रिएट किया, तो वो वर्ल्ड बेंचमार्क बन गई. इंडिया में हम एक फ्रैगमेंटेड स्ट्रेटजी की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं कि मतलब कुछ असम में आ रहा है, कुछ विजयवाड़ा आंध्र में, कुछ महाराष्ट्र में, कुछ गुजरात में. इसे बिखराव का खतरा नहीं. नॉट एज अ बीजेपी चीफ मिनिस्टर फॉर यू इट्स द राइट थिंग, बट एज अ कंट्री अगर एक जगह पे बने तो एक ग्लोबल क्वालिटी का इकोसिस्टम बन सकता है.
ये एक प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये हमेशा कंसर्न रहे कि वी डोंट एंड अप फॉलोइंग चाइना. China has concentrated everything in certain zone. हमारा भी यहाँ वेस्ट एंड साउथ में सारे concentrated हो गया था. But India is a country, diversity is there and we have to take care of every state. नहीं तो country ही बिखर जाएगा. अगर एक part of the country become develop only to cater global ecosystem और एक तरफ कुछ नहीं है, तो बाकी जहां में होगा. चाइना इज ए स्टेट वेयर इफ डेवलपमेंट इज इन सपोज इन ए संघाई, बट दैट फ्रूट विल बी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एवरी पार्ट्स ऑफ द कंट्री. बट भारत वो नहीं है, जो स्टेट में आया वो स्टेट का हो गया. यू मे कंट्रीब्यूट टू नेशनल इकोनॉमी, बट हमारे कंपटीशन भी रहते हैं एंड वी कान से कि भाई जो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ है उसमें असम को भी हिस्सा दो.
मैंने आरबीआई का रिसेंट डेटा देखा, वो कह रहा है 2020 से 25 तक आसाम इज द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग बिग स्टेट इन द कंट्री. आपको लगता है आपको एक लो बेस इफेक्ट का फायदा मिल रहा है या हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा का जादू है ये?
मेरा लगता है पहले जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रयास किया सिंस 2014 कि और एक स्टेट उभर सकता है. पीएम्स फेवरेट लाइन इज ए फॉर असम. सो उनका जो एफर्ट रहा, पहले ही हमको अच्छा शुरुआती रिजल्ट मिले थे, बट पैंडेमिक डेफिनेटली was a setback for everybody. 2021 से 2025 country has grown by 29%. We are growing by 45%. अभी अगले साल का भी जो एडवांस एस्टिमेट आया है, I think we will grow by 15%. We will continue to be the fastest growing state. Low base effect तो मिलते हैं, but if that effect keep us to that 10 lakhs plus core economy, I think it will be good contribution to the nation.
इतने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं अपने इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट एजेंडा के बारे में, तो अभी कुछ हफ्ते में इलेक्शंस हैं. जब मैं आपके पॉलिटिकल स्पीचेस सुनता हूं तब तो आप ये हाइड्रोकार्बन, सेमीकंडक्टर इसकी बात नहीं करते, मियां मुसलमान, डेमोग्राफिक डिवाइड, कम्युनल एजेंडे पे चले जाते हैं आप.
हर स्टेट का एक अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल नैरेटिव रहते हैं. असम में you need industry, you need economic development, but for us, as we are a neighboring state with Bangladesh, for us national security, identity of Assamese people, वो भी बहुत important है. So economic narrative to semiconductor GDP हो सकता है या है, but political narrative अभी भी वो नहीं है, because we are fighting with a hostile neighbor. साथ में हमारा असम में जैसे डेमोग्राफी इज शिफ्टिंग, चेंजिंग, इट इज ए ह्यूज कंसर्न फॉर अस. सो इसीलिए हमारा हमेशा हम लोग असम में बोलता हूं कि आइडेंटिटी का भी लड़ाई है और डेवलपमेंट का भी लड़ाई है.
आपकी एक तरीके से 36 की लड़ाई है आपके फॉर्मर बॉस के बेटे गौरव गोगोई से. आपने जी जान लगा दी उनको लोकसभा इलेक्शन में हराने के लिए, वो जीत के आ गए. आपको लग रहा है कि पहले से अब में थोड़ा सुधार आ गया है, मैच्योरिटी आ गई, ज्यादा सीरियस हो गए अपने काम को लेके?
शायद कोई गलतफहमी हुआ है. असम हैज रजिस्टर्ड द सबसे बड़ा विक्टोरी लोकसभा में बीजेपी को असम से ही मिला है.
उनकी सीट की बात
देखिए, 126 सीट में अगर मैं 125 में जीतूं और आप एक सीट का बात करके इफ यू ट्राई टू डिमीन मी, वो तो नहीं होते हैं. तो असम हैज गॉट हाईएस्ट इवर विक्टोरी. हम 14 सीट में 11 सीट मिले. अगर कहीं में एक बंदा जीता भी है, जीतना सही है. विदाउट ऑपोजिशन हाउ यू कैन रन ए स्टेट. तो अगर आप अभी मोदी जी का सामने जाके बिहार में अच्छा बड़ा विक्ट्री हुआ और फिर जाके नीतीश कुमार का सामने आप पूछे तेजस्वी तो जीत गए, डू यू थिंक दैट यू आर फेयर?
इतना सिंपल नहीं है. नहीं
सिंपल बातें हैं.
आपके और गौरव गोगोई के बीच में
कोई
नहीं
है. आई थिंक आई एम चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ ए स्टेट and I know that I cannot fight with a citizen of a state. So मेरा किसी का साथ, एक सिटीजन है, मेंबर पार्लियामेंट है, मैं उनका साथ क्यों 36 का आंकड़ा वगैरह, ये मैं क्यों ये वर्ड को.
यूजुअली इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में मैंने देखा है कि नेता एक दूसरे की पर्सनल लाइफ, फैमिली, वाइफ से अटैक करने से दूर रहते हैं, लेकिन आपने उनकी वाइफ के पाक कनेक्शंस को आपने अटैक किया.
वो तो जो जेन्युइन है वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. पाक इज ए एनिमी कंट्री. If you would have been linked to some industry, I would not have raised. If he would have linked to some capitalist person in country, I would not have raised. He would have been linked to some criminal in the country, I would not have raised.
Criminal भी raise नहीं
करता. चलो, people would have been taken care of. But जब एक enemy country का साथ आपका लिंक होते हैं, and if I do not raise it, and if I do not forward it to the government of India, I as a chief minister, I will be actually doing disservice to the constitution of India, to the security of the country, because Pak is a hostile neighbor. हमारे एनिमी कंट्री है.
वो हिट बैक करते हैं करप्शन के आर्जेस लगा के.
बोलो ना, मेरा करप्शन है, आपका करप्शन है, आप लोक आयुक्त में चला जाओ, कोर्ट में चला जाओ, पीपुल्स कोर्ट में चला जाओ, but link with Pakistan cannot be equated with your corruption surge. That is a complete two different aspect. Corruption charge भी मैं आपका ऊपर भी लगा सकता हूँ, मैं भी लगा सकता है, but it has to be proved. And corruption charge का ऊपर people can decide कि ठीक है इस बार मैं उनको हटा दूंगा, उनको जिता दूंगा. But link, I mean ये क्या है? अभी जो आपने जैसे धुरंधर देखा, अगर आपने कोई जासूस को पकड़ा और आपका नॉलेज में है, will you not expose it or will you not bring it to the notice of government of India? It is your job.
ये लड़ाई है कि आसाम का धुरंधर कौन बनेगा.
देखिए, मेरा तो बात यही है कि देयर आर सो मेनी कांग्रेस पीपल एंड मे बी आई ऑल्सो फाइट विथ राहुल गांधी, आई विल फाइट विथ एवरीबॉडी, बट दीज आर पॉलिटिकल थिंग्स. बट व्हेन समथिंग इन्वॉल्व विथ नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, देन यू डू नॉट डू डिबेट ऑन दैट, यू एक्ट ऑन दैट.
इस इलेक्शन की एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि गांधी फैमिली का कोई मेंबर पहली दफा इलेक्शन कमेटी को हेड कर रहा है. प्रियंका गांधी आ रही हैं, उससे लग रहा है कि वहां पे डबल इंजन बन गया है गौरव और प्रियंका का.
दुनिया का जो सबसे फ्लॉप फैमिली है वही गांधी फैमिली है. तो कोई ये फैमिली बड़ा फैमिली है क्या? उनका क्या सक्सेस क्या है? आप जैसे एम्फेसिस किया गांधी फैमिली आ रहे हुआ नहीं, आप शर्मा फैमिली का बात करो। मेरा तो लगता है मेरा फैमिली इज बेटर देन देम।
वो कैसे?
किस लिए? हम लोग स्ट्रगल करके बड़ा हुआ हूं। वो तो
आपने मेरे सवाल को डॉज कर दिया।
मैं बोला
हाउ डू यू सी दैट?
मैं इतना ही आपको बोलता हूं कि एक अगर फ्लॉप आते हैं व्हिच इज ए कंप्लीटली ए फैमिली बाय ऑल स्टैंडर्ड इज नॉट कंसिडर्ड टू बी ए सक्सेसफुल फैमिली। कोई आपका स्टेट में आते हैं, कैंपेन करते हैं, उसको आप कॉग्नाइजेंस भी लेना नहीं चाहिए,
क्योंकि वो तो केरला की एमपी हैं और आ रही हैं असम में।
मेरा लगता है राहुल डजंट वांट हर इन केरला।
कैसे भाई?
मतलब आई स्टेड इन कांग्रेस फॉर 22 years, so I have also certain kind of inner information. I think Rahul do not want to disturb KC Venugopal and his axis, and Priyanka is an outsider to that axis, so that is why she has been transferred to Assam.
अब वैसी भाई बहन की लड़ाई करा रहे हैं।
वो तो सब जानते हैं। नहीं तो एक व्यक्ति MP from Kerala and she has not been assigned responsibility in Kerala, so how you will interpret? आप तो इतना बड़ा इंटरप्रिटेशन लगा रहे हैं हर इशू में। Why not you interpret this?
पर ऐसे तो अलग अलग स्टेट से लोग तो जाते हैं
but when your own state is in election mode, जैसे आज मेरा असम में इलेक्शन है, and if today the party give me in charge of Tamil Nadu, that means you can easily come to a conclusion that I am not chief ministerial face for the next Assam assembly election.
No, but she was never chief ministerial face.
I'm just giving you example. When one of my MP, Assam में BJP का 16 MP है, if any MP is given responsibility in Bengal, you can conclude that the presence of this person is not warranted in Assam, so he has been shifted. When the winner MP, the MP from Kerala is not assigned responsibility in Kerala and sent to Assam, you can easily imagine that party doesn't want her in Kerala.
आप लड़ाई कराने में
मेरा 22 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है। कोई लड़ाई करवा सकता है क्या NDTV में इंटरव्यू देके? जो लड़ाई अगर होगा तो होगा।
आपको लग रहा है लड़ाई वहां पे?
I mean, लड़ाई तो है, वो तो मैं जानता हूँ। आई एम ऑल्सो ए विक्टिम। मैं खुद वो लड़ाई का विक्टिम हूँ, एंड भाई बहन का लड़ाई का मैं भी विक्टिम हूँ, लेकिन आई डोंट वांट टू रिवील दैट मच। बट ये लड़ाई है, ये केरला से जो उनको असम में भेजा गया, आई थिंक द लड़ाई इज गेटिंग एम्पलीफाइड नाउ। जितना है उससे ज्यादा जोर पकड़ रहा है।
एक वनरेबिलिटी आसाम में ये चिकन स्नैक को लेके है, और अभी जो बांग्लादेश के साथ हमारे रिलेशनशिप हो गए, वो क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, हमने IPL टीम में उनके प्लेयर को मना कर दिया। आपके लिए क्या जियोग्राफिक इम्प्लीकेशन है?
मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। एज यू नो दैट वी हैव टेम अल्फा एंड एक्सट्रीमिज्म इन असम बिकॉज ऑफ द हेल्प वी रिसीव फ्रॉम द देन बांग्लादेशी regime. Assam and Northeast would not have been peaceful without Sheikh Hasina. That's the reality. Now जब बांग्लादेश में regime change होता है, hostility आते हैं towards India, खतरा आते हैं क्या militants का दोबारा बेस बनेगा कि बांग्लादेश? अगर वो बनता है, because we share 800 kilometers of border, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा आते हैं. So we are closely watching the development, whether militants are changing bases to Bangladesh. Recently there are certain visits has taken place between the top commander of Alpha, other जो छोटे छोटे हमारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट का extremist groups है, militants है, those who are not in the ceasefire, they have traveled, they have their presence has been noticed in the soil of Bangladesh.
मैं तो उल्टा ये भी सोच रहा हूँ कि ISI भी अब और एक्टिव हो गया, कि बांग्लादेश इंटेलिजेंस और आर्मी के ISI और पाक आर्मी से कनेक्शंस फिर बन रहे हैं।
ISI से ये सबको आप कभी भी आप अलग नहीं कर सकता है। जो असम का एक्सट्रीमिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, मिलिटेंट्स है, इन दैट मैटर एंटायर नॉर्थ ईस्ट, उनका कहीं ना कहीं ISI का लिंक होता ही है। But because of a friendly regime in Bangladesh, they have been deprived from a safe corridor. safe camps, safe destination. They were in.
Okay, you have IIFL Finance. So I'm sorry. Before that, I would just take a lead out in terms of the conversation Rahul Kanwal is having with Assam CM as well. And interesting points, Alex, that he made as well, specifically when it comes to neighboring countries. What's happening with China, because all this while we were thinking of China plus one as a strategy for our markets, but the kind of overcapacity that they've built so far, will that also benefit us to some extent? I don't know.
Look, it's a politician's response. Let's face it.
100%.
They're masters at responding to those kind of things. But I think he makes sense. If you say that there is a concentration of economic development in certain places in China and other places get left behind, the model that they have is a distribution of wealth, and they are able to do that because of the form of the government that they have. In India, you have a federal structure, and each state is competing with the other. And you want a unanimous front when you're talking about India, which is fair.
Fair. And a 1 lakh crore investment he's talking about at Davos that could be coming in. But moving on, IIFL Finance is what I would want to talk about as well. And this is on the back of a couple of directives that they have received from the IT department. Now, what they've come out and said is that they will have to submit audited report, asked to appoint a special auditor for account audit, and they've been asked to audit the accounts for specified block period. These are the two lines that are coming in so far. In fact, they've reported numbers as well, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing this kind of pressure that is coming in. Overall, if you see in terms of the total income as well, we're talking about a number close to 3,432 odd crores is what they have reported versus 2,448 crores. But the kind of slide that the stock is seeing, 10% downtick coming in on the back of the commentary coming in from the IT department. We'll quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा।
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close, and you have the equity markets that have, or at least I should say, the benchmark Nifty 50 that has bounced from the low point of the day to trade with gains of about 0.6%. It was never a problem with the market as a whole. There's a problem with the index. And it is trading with at very close at 25,300 mark. But let's talk about individual counters, and we're a little late on this segment, but it is important to have nonetheless. Let's go across to Soumit Sarkar for what he's hearing on the street. Soumit, what's on your list today?
Overall, the market sentiment continues to remain bearish, given the fact that we started on a high note, but we have declined significantly from those levels. Sell on rise is the strategy that continues to be followed by dealers, and hence overall sentiment continues to remain bearish, despite the fact that we are still trading in green when it comes to the benchmark index. Few stock specific ideas that dealers have highlighted in trade today. Firstly, it's Asian Paints, and dealers indicate that there are sell flows on the H&I desk and they're expecting weak revenue growth for Asian Paints. Now, do remember in the second quarter, Asian Paints had reported a strong revenue growth and the stock had risen nearly 10% post the Q2 numbers. And this time, Q3, which is expected to be a strong quarter, the revenue growth dealers are indicating could be on the weaker side. When it comes to DLF, there are sell flows on the PMS desk. Dealers indicate that the pre-sales number for DLF could be on the weaker side. So keep an eye out for DLF as well. For Kotak Mahindra Bank, there are buy flows on DI desk. Dealers are also indicating that the delivery volumes could be on the higher side. And lastly, when it comes to L&T, multiple dealing rooms are recommending buy calls to their clients based on technical charts. So keep an eye out for L&T as well.
Thanks a lot for that, Soumit. And we are seeing, of course, Kotak Mahindra Bank. That's where some kind of flows are definitely happening. Avinash, wanted your views on Kotak Mahindra Bank?
No, I think, Sharad, clearly within the banking space, numbers have been pretty good. I think in terms of NIMs, in terms of the overall growth and the balance sheet quality, our assessment is that I think you could see stronger growth coming in from the next couple of quarters. And I think the consumption kind of, trend, which is clearly showing, I mean, post the GST cut, I think possibly the Jan to March quarter and the April to June quarter, I think you could see strong quarters continuing. I think there was a fall in banking stocks of late. But I think within the private sector banks, Kotak Bank is definitely a strong candidate. I think it's a portfolio stock, I think, which can compound good returns, provided, you can take a 12 to 15 month kind of time.
Right, now joining us is Nagraj Shetty from HDFC Securities. Good afternoon, Nagraj. Looking at the benchmark indices, a lot of volatility is definitely there, but are the key levels looking, supportive for Nifty and even Nifty Bank current levels, or we should wait it out now?
Yeah, the last 2 days of chart pattern, 2 sessions of chart pattern, in fact, is showing some signs of bottom reversal. Provided we should see some good upside bounce on the higher side. Now, as of now, 24,900 is acting as a strong support for the market, and still at the higher level, Nifty is showing some volatility. So once we move above, sustainably move above 25,500 levels, which is a strong resistance, then one can expect the important bottom reversal formation around 24,900. Till then, there is a possibility of volatility. And today's last 2 sessions indication is positive bias with volatility.
Okay, positive bias with volatility. Nagraj, the question is, what individual counters are you liking today?
Yeah, I have 2 stocks. One is from metal side, another one is from PSU banking side. Metal side, Steel Authority of India Limited. Steel has been in a consolidation mode in the last few weeks. After a sharp rise, the overall chart pattern is indicating kind of a bullish flag breakout type of pattern. And 150, 152 is going to be the upside breakout for this pattern. And I am expecting more upside in the stock price in the near term. Currently trading around 150, 150, 150, 120. One can look to buy at this point of time. 160 is going to be the immediate target. One can place a stop loss at 147. Second one is Indian Bank. Indian Bank has been in a consolidation phase with positive bias recently and moved up very well in this today's session. The overall chart pattern is indicating a likelihood of decisive upside breakout of around 900 levels. Currently trading around 885.25. One can look to buy at this point of time. Immediate upside target would be around 940, 945. One can place a stop loss at 850.
Okay, so that's with regards to, Indian Bank that you're talking about, the stock at the day's highest levels. But stay with us, gentlemen. In a conversation with NDTV Profit, Virender Jeet, CEO of Newgen Software, shares his insights on the third quarter performance, deal pipeline and outlook going ahead. Listen in, the stock at the day's highest levels.
Let me firstly start off with, in terms of what's Newgen's questions largely from analysts amongst others has been on growth. Now, you yourself have given in the past growth of almost 20% is the expectation that you want Newgen to go. This quarter, the story hasn't panned out, but if you can give us some perspective of what is the expectations from quarter 4 and FY27 in terms of getting back to that growth number as you've highlighted.
Good morning and thank you for having me meet on your channel. So you're absolutely right. I think historically we have maintained 20% growth for many quarters, and I think since it's a business, surely there are going to be some variations in that growth. If you look at our business this year also, we have done substantially well on new logo acquisition. We have maintained our momentum. That shows that there is still a huge demand for in terms of our products and services what we sell. Some of the variations which have happened are on two fronts. One is that this year, most of our deals have been from the metro markets. And that is typically more on cloud and subscription, which is slightly deferred. In our emerging markets, we are predominantly selling licenses which get realized immediately. So that's one thing. The other thing is also last 3-4 years, we were on substantial growth numbers on license, typically and Q3, Q4 also were high license numbers. Now, having in this kind of an environment to repeat those license numbers has been a challenge. That's what has really looked at the top line numbers this year has been slightly muted compared to what we expected. We still find strong velocity. The funnel is quite strong. Some challenges are in terms of India and Middle East in terms of large deal value and large deal conversions, where we think that should start fixing itself from next year onwards. So the market is slightly in turmoil because of many things. I think the momentum we had in markets like India and Middle East last 2 years, we don't see the same momentum right now. But as we are quite diversified, we have our businesses across all places from Europe to US to Australia. We are looking at other markets in terms of to seek compensate while these markets recover for us.
Mr. Jeet, that's exactly my second question, right? Because in this quarter, seasonally very strong on a large license deal, and there has been a slowdown in that impact. What would you suggest is one of the key reasons where there has been some delay in conversions? What have you seen that and your analysis of what could that be, especially in India and Middle East, where there's largely an absence of conversion of those large license deals? Is it largely AI-led? Is it that the companies are still not comfortable spending that much right now, given the volatile environment? What would you suggest?
I think multiple things. I think one of the biggest things is these markets have been on a spending spree for multiple years, especially the segments in financial services where we are present. And I think every few years there is a kind of a holding on to things and recasting. Also, the AI, while it is driving a lot of interest from customers on typically finding avenues to how to deploy AI in that price, but it has not really moved out from proof of concepts. On the other hand, it's also disrupting other initiatives in terms of looking at whether that's the right way of approaching it and as the viable. So I have seen what is, at least in our universe, we have seen that larger deals, slightly the decision makings are slightly slower. But on more tactical or more things which are more regular around the business, I think the deal momentums are still in the market. We are looking at right now more diversification, going slightly more wide, so that we are able to have more number of deals and more number of logos, while the larger deals may start taking a little more time to fix on their own.
Well, that's the management of Newgen Software, but on to our bull versus bear segment. And today I have not taken stock, I have taken the markets. Why? Because yesterday we saw a major downtick over the last 2 trading sessions. Today there was a hope, again volatility coming in and again a recovery. You must be confused. I'll just try to make it a bit simple. Bulls versus bear on the markets. The first criteria is, these three criteria is the entire movement in the global risk off sentiment, which was tapered down. That's because of Trump cancelling the 10% tariffs in EU, and that's why the markets went up. And of course, the Asian and the European markets are also doing well. But remember, Sensex expiry is at play. That's where the volatility is happening, especially if you look at the benchmark indices. The second key trigger is the FI positioning. What are the FI positionings looking like? FI shorts 89 to 91%, slight increase. Some hope is definitely there, but still for the 12th straight day in the cash markets, FIs have been selling. Let's look at the third criteria for D Street, the technical levels. The markets are finding support near the 200 DMA levels, but the Nifty RSI, that's still below the 30 mark. That's oversold here. That's where the confusion is coming in the markets. The bull case scenario for the rupee, everybody's concerned about the RBI OMO, the open market purchase operations, the intervention as we call it, that's happening today itself. But is it actually effective? That's the concern, because it's still trading above that 91.5 per dollar mark as well. Also looking at the next triggers where, fingers crossed, we might see some good up move. That is the budget and the RBI MPC meet. That's where we will be looking at through the economy. But there are some bear cases also. If globally the FIs look at the global AI trade, which is kind of missing in the Indian markets, that's where the concern comes in. And if the Fed rate cut trajectory comes, that's where we could say some treasuries moving towards US and Japan as well. It might be slightly negative for the emerging markets. But Nagaraj, of course, we spoke about Nifty earlier with you and Nifty Bank as well. But if you look at the technical levels on a positional basis, do you think the market has found its bottom levels out? The key support levels have been come back, that Nifty 200 DMA level?
Yeah, in fact, market has moved above the level of 200 DM around 25,000 level. But to me, that at this point of time, 24,900 with that acted as a strong support recently is going to be a strong important bottom reversal as of now, unless Nifty shows some sustainable signs of upside momentum. For me, the volatility is still at the higher levels. Today also we have seen a formation of high wave type candle pattern. Still market is not yet over, but the lower tops, lower bottoms is on the cards. Unless we see some significant pattern formation, then only one can say that 24,900, 25,000 is going to be the important bottom reversal, and the bigger upside bounce could come in. But still, we need to wait and watch for the market to play out. And I think there is some buying is emerging from near 24,900, 25,000 levels.
Okay, so that's an interesting take when you do a bull versus bear on what's happening with regards to markets as well. Avinash, IIFL Finance is what I want to discuss with you as well. We've seen the numbers that have come in. The IT department has given them a notification as well with regards to what they need to do when it comes to accounting and auditing. What do you make of the numbers and the commentary? Because the stock is down nearly, 11-12% already.
No, I think Hiral, numbers apart, whenever such kind of issues come up, I think the market obviously starts doubting on the sustainability and the authenticity of these numbers. So I think clearly we'll have to get fresh commentary from the management as to what exactly is the issue and how serious is it. Because if it is a minor issue, then I think the stock should improve in the next couple of days. But if at all the issue is big, and we'll get to know this from the company post its clarification, I would say that at this point of time, it's better to stay away. I think in this kind of market, any kind of hint of, kind of misgovernance or any kind of authenticity on the numbers is something the markets would not greet, the stocks appreciably. Today, the stock is down by 10-11%. This is just a knee-jerk reaction. But I think going forward, most of the analysts would like to know what is exactly the issue. And only once clarity emerges, I think one can take a call. I think as of now, the management has not given any major clarification. So it's better to stay put for some time and let things settle down.
Okay, stay put, let things settle down. In fact, the stock has actually recovered slightly from the day's lowest levels as well. So that's what we're trying to see. Let's see what happens when, IIFL Finance maybe speaks to us as well. But moving on. Earlier today, we were in conversation with Naveen Pandey, Managing Director at Bajaj Consumer, where we discussed the company's outlook going ahead. Let's quickly listen in to what he had to say. The stock is in upper circuit.
Almond Drops has grown double-digit volume. And the balance spread between, the overall standalone growth of 20s to you look at the volume is coming on back of revenue management. There's been some strategic pricing which we took in Q1 of this year, which got, the benefit of which also came in the last quarter. And, certain mix changes which we've been driving very relentlessly over the past few months. So that basically is the, the gap and the, there. But it's very, very solid double-digit volume on back of which these numbers have come.
Okay, so clearly the stock of the day, not too much opportunity. I mean, in fact, no opportunity. There are no sellers in the stock right now. So even if you did want to buy it, you can't really participate. But you know what? The question that I want to ask Nagaraj relates to two counters that are seeing selling after a spate of buying. And these are your non-ferrous counters, Hindustan Copper and Hindustan Zinc. Both have been running on the back of the underlying commodity, and today they're trading with cuts of 4.5% for Hindustan Zinc. Pull up Hindustan Copper as well, close to 5%. If you got in earlier, Nagaraj, the question is on the charts, would you take money off the table right now, book your profits?
Yeah, certainly, because what we have seen on the chart is a tremendous up move without showing any reasonable downward correction. I think 575, 580 is going to be a strong hurdle, and the stock price is, I'm talking about Hindustan Copper, stock price is showing some sign of tiredness at the higher levels, some sign of a distribution pattern at the building up at the higher levels. Certainly, I'm expecting a downside breakout from here onwards. More correction is likely. And at the lower level, 470, 475 is going to be the good support for the stock price in the near term.
Okay, so that's with regards to Hind Copper in trade. Moving on, Interglobe Aviation is set to announce its Q3 numbers. What is in store? Somit Sarkar joins us. Somit, what are you expecting, taking all the mishaps that have happened into consideration?
So IndiGo will be reporting its Q3 numbers today, and if you look at the revenue growth, that is expected to be just 2.5% on a YY basis to close to 22,674 crore rupees. Now, this is the slowest revenue growth that IndiGo will see in the last 19 quarters. That means that since COVID till now, IndiGo has never seen such a lower growth coming in a quarter, and this is largely because of the flight cancellations that we had seen in the month of December. EBITDA is expected to be down by nearly 10%. Margins are expected to come in at close to 20.6%, and the net profit number that is expected to be 46% lower on a YY basis to close to 1,318 crore rupees, and this is the lowest Q3 profit number that we will see in the last 4 years. Yields, which measure average fare per passenger per kilometer, that is also expected to be lower by around 2.5% to close to 5.29 rupees per kilometer, and yet again this is the lowest Q3 yields that we will see in the last 4 years. Now, what are the factors that are impacting this quarter? Well, it is because given the fact that Q3 is one of the strongest quarters, it is getting impacted because of the flight cancellations that we had seen in the month of December. Along with this, the INR depreciation that we have seen throughout the quarter is also something that will also weigh on the profitability of IndiGo. Indian currency depreciated to 89.88 as against from 88.79 during the quarter, and that is expected to pull down the profitability for IndiGo. Apart from this, passenger load factor is also expected to be lower at around 86-85 odd% in the third quarter. But more than the earnings, it will be the commentary that we need to watch out for. How has been the passenger traffic growth post the fiasco that we had seen in the December is something that we'll be watching out for from the management commentary. How yields have panned out, what is their outlook going forward, what are their expansion plans, especially when it comes to the international front, is also something that we'll be watching out for from the management commentary post the earnings.
Thanks a lot, Somit, for that. Avinash, views on Interglobe Aviation?
No, I think, Sharad, the markets have already discounted a poor performance because December, was a month which was a very volatile month. And although operations have now resumed, I think what remains to be seen is how they are going to cover up for the loss in the coming quarters. I think October to December has always been a very busy season for the airline business. They have lost a considerable amount of business. So my sense is, I think the commentary going forward and how they're going to catch up in future is going to be the key question. I think there's no doubt that it remains the largest airline in the country and enjoys the largest market share. But I think today the point is that whether they are able to catch up the losses they have done in the previous quarter. I think that will be visible in the March quarter, and hopefully next year should be a better year. So I think hopefully if the sentiment and if the air traffic continues to grow, and if they are able to catch up, the momentum, I think then the stock should definitely start gaining ground post the numbers.
Okay, all right. So that's a view on Interglobe Aviation. Keep an eye on the numbers. Nagaraj, though, I want to come to you on any BTST ideas that you might have. We're looking at a breadth that is actually pretty good heading into the end of trade today.
Yes, yes. Market is showing some signs of sustainability at the higher levels, and I'm hoping that we could see Nifty moving above 25,500 levels very soon, and that is going to be the initial confirmation of important bottom reversal what we have seen at 24,900, 25,000 levels. On this front, I'm stick with the two stocks that I have discussed while ago, SAIL and Indian Bank. Indian Bank has moved up slightly. I recommended at 985, 885, now 901. It is still looking positive. One can look to buy at this point of time the above mentioned target of around 940, and the steel authority SAIL is showing some signs of breakout of a bullish flag breakout around 152 level. Once it breaks above 152, it is going to be a good upside momentum towards the 160 levels in the near term.
Okay, so that's with regards to where sale goes, what you're watching out for in trade. Moving on, Vari Energies, Premier Energies and Inox Wind. Some smart moves coming in there, and this is on the way the Q3 numbers of Vari have panned out. And that's what is giving that fillip to other counters as well. Avinash, your view when it comes to any of these renewable companies?
No, I think numbers here for Vari have been exceedingly good. I think both on the top line as well as on the bottom line. I think the order book also continues to be rock solid, and I think numbers have been much better than what the street expected. I think markets were expecting a slight pressure on margins and a slower profit growth, but I think in terms of Vari, they've delivered all the numbers on all the parameters. So my sense is that markets are now expecting players like Premier Energies also to put a solid number. In fact, Vikram Solar reported a number, but I think on a sequential basis, the numbers were very disappointing. So my guess is that possibly Premier Energies could also repeat what Vari has done, and I think overall the sentiment remains positive. We believe that the government still will encourage renewable energy in a big way, and to that extent, I think visibility for the business continues to be pretty strong for all the solar players.
Okay, I do want to very quickly check with you on HPCL, Avinash. We spoke with the management, and the street perhaps a little bit disappointed by the refining margins that came through, and the management clarifying that even we spoke to the chairman and managing director, and he has essentially said that he was also unsatisfied, that he was anticipating that it would have been $1 higher, the refining margins, and there was that contamination that took place that had a bearing. So would you say that this is a good level to get in, considering that things might look better in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I think hopefully, Alex, because if you look at MRPL numbers, the profitability shot up quite significantly. So this was a disappointment, considering that markets were expecting a very solid performance from HPCL in this quarter. If you remove the one-off, and I think hopefully if crude prices remain soft, they don't move up sharply, then I think GRMs definitely should show a good improvement in the fourth quarter. And I think to that extent, the disappointment which we have seen today for HPCL post the Q3 numbers, I think there could be some respite, hopefully if the quarter four is much better than quarter three.
Okay. A few more stocks that you should watch out for from the broader markets. PhysicsWallah is doing well, isn't it?
It's 14% up, and Alex, Eternal, if you see from the day's high, it's down 10%. Currently, it's 3%. So a lot of volatility coming in.
We'll talk about that in more detail, but before that, what's happening with PhysicsWallah?
There's a sustained buying happening, and remember the IPO price was 109 rupees. So it fell as low as it's going back above that price again. So it's trading very strong, but there's no key trigger yet. But yes, some volume-based buying is
another stock from the broader markets that's doing badly today for the financial space is PNB Housing. It's down about 7.8% as we speak right now. And is that one fraud account that they have highlighted, 220 odd crore rupees, if I remember correctly, is the implication of that account, and the street not taking it too well. The question to you, Avinash, on this is that in the larger scheme of things, yes, it's a pretty large account for a housing finance company, but what kind of dent do you think it will have on the financials, or is it something that points to the worry that this might be wider? Because they've very clearly said this is one account.
No, I think, Alex, that's the worry, and that's the reason the stock has corrected sharply. I think PNB has a history and legacy of frauds. PNB Housing, if you ask me whether it is a one-off or whether there are many more cases like this, I think the markets would obviously like to get more clarity. Whenever a fraud occurs, and whether it is a small or a large fraud, it actually implies very strongly on the systems and processes. So my sense is that, unless the market gets some confirmation and some assurance that there are no more kind of cases like this in the cupboard, I think that would give a kind of a welcome relief. But I think till that time, I think the stock is going to remain weak. Numbers have been decent, but I think this fraud news has definitely spoiled the market sentiment.
Okay. All right. Let's discuss Eternal, because as Sharad was pointing out, the stock is at the low point of the day. It's trading cuts of close to 3% at this moment, and the fall from the top is quite considerable, right? So it started the day with considerable gains. What really is weighing on the stock more than anything else? It's not the earnings, right, guys? Because the quick commerce business has actually turned EBITDA positive. A lot of people positive on that. It is the stepping down of Deepinder Goyal as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer.
Correct. And even the brokerages, Alex, they are not very much convinced, whether this new person, Albinder Dinsa, he comes in, but there'll definitely be some kind of a negative view, especially coming in, because of very large shoes to fill in, and that's what the broking communities are a little bit concerned about.
Yeah, particularly because Deepinder has so many other interests, right? He's talked about his gravity theory, he's talked about his wearables.
It's the temple.
The temple that he wears.
Yeah, I mean, we have had people speak to us as well, saying that today we had somebody say that they would be willing to try it out. But then, what do you think, Hiral?
I think, what will happen over here is they might, the timing when he's getting out is very crucial, right? They've just turned profitable. So the expectation will be of sustainability from here on. In case, if any downtick happens in any particular quarter, it will be a sentimental downer. So I think lots on the shoulders of the incoming management team is what we will have to wait and watch and see.
So the question therefore is, Avinash, on the fundamentals, a lot of people are gung-ho about it. On the financials, the outlook in terms of the management is the question. What is your opinion? Is this an opportunity to buy and double down?
No, I think, Alex, my sense is that a couple of quarters good performance comes in terms of data points. The markets would give a thumbs up to the new management team. And I think this is a large corporate now with a well-established team, a very strong brand pull. So I think, it's going to be business as usual. But yes, I think as you rightly pointed out, the markets would obviously look at the new management, its expertise, the kind of growth commentary it gives, and what it delivers over the next, say, couple of quarters. So once that happens, I think the comfort factor could come in. And obviously, investors who are willing to take the risk can definitely bite in and obviously nimble into the current price. It's a great business with a good amount of scalability and a strong runway for growth. But I think numbers will have to do the talking, especially for the new management team.
Let's also close the loop and take a view from Nagaraj on the technicals. Nagaraj, the fall from the peak is pretty steep. It is trading at the low point of the day. Is this a good opportunity if you look long term?
As far as Eternal is concerned, I don't think any major reversal has happened. It has opened at the higher levels and steep sell-off has occurred from the highs. I think still there is a support somewhere around 270, 265 levels. I'm expecting this downside momentum is going to be short-lived and at the lower levels, and we could see buying emerging from near 265 levels. So that is going to be a strong support in the near term.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nagaraj and Avinash, for giving your views on both technical and fundamental perspectives. But coming back to the markets, of course, there was a good up move in the initial hour trading session. Then we saw the markets coming down and then a kind of a recovery attempt. And in the last 15 or 20 odd minutes, Alex also pointed out, there is a good recovery coming in. Looking at, of course, the broader markets, the advanced decline ratio is clearly in the favor of bulls. And it has maintained, and that's a good point to actually talk about. But let's look at the key gainers in the Nifty index. The constituents is a sea of green we are expecting, and yes, hardly you are seeing losers here, and especially only Eternal remains a drag and a little bit of Titan and Eicher Motors. But of course, the stock of the day is definitely going to be Dr. Reddy's. It held its ground, stock up 5%. BL, Adani group of stocks also doing well in the trade. So net, it's been a strong day for the Nifty constituents as well. We saw some kind of a short covering also being there as well. We'll be checking the FI data as well on the improvement of the short covering. Also, let's see the sectors which have shown the performance and interesting buying coming in both PSU Bank and the Defense Pack as well. Apart from that, we see some good buying in the FMCG and the Pharma Packs as well. Realty still on the negative side, but not as much as the beating which we had seen in the last 3 trading sessions. Also, let's move on to the mid cap and the small cap indices, how they have performed, and they have done really well and actually better than the benchmark indices. Nifty mid cap index, that's up 1.3%, and if you look at the small cap index also, it has done well. It's up almost 1%. Now let's look at the stocks, the BSE stocks. What has been there in the story. Rallis India, strong broking upgrade and a good momentum. The stock is up 14%, and followed by Credit Access Grameen also making it to the list. But it is the day for the broader indices where we see a good move coming in, and now the markets are closed. A welcome relief rally coming after 3 days of selling. Indian Bank 6% up, Astral also showing strong technical momentum, and Indian Bank also on the back of earnings. So these are the top gainers. Amongst the losers, of course, the biggest concern is IIFL Finance. It's down 15%. Some kind of IT buzz news flow is definitely coming from their exchange release. PNB Housing Finance, weaker earnings. Kalyan Jewellers still under the selling pressure. But look at these two names, Hindustan Zinc and Hindustan Copper, the declining prices. That is where the downtick is coming in, and also Devyani and Dalmia Bharat make it to the list. So these are the stocks in the BSE 500 index where we see the impacts happening. But cues for tomorrow is definitely going to be the US macro data as the global numbers shift towards the Fed rate cut trajectory. The global AI trade, that's also picking up. The European markets went up. That you should be watching out for. Apart from this, it's still the earnings season and we are back on that. So we'll be focusing as well as on that. And if you could just pull out the domestic cues, and these are the interim dividends. But going ahead, it's the last trading session of the week, and there will be 2 fundraisers coming in from these 2 counters. But nevertheless, today's earnings post markets, they include Interglobe Aviation. That's where largely a weaker set of numbers is expected. Cyient is also there. Apart from this, let's look at the other earnings which will be there for tomorrow, and these are the large names in the pharma. Cipla and Laurus Labs, that's what we'll be looking out for, and even IndusInd Bank would be there. That's where the focus would be there. Apart from that, these are the new companies where we'll be focusing on, especially urban company going ahead as well. So these are the important earnings which would be in focus in our radar. That's all, folks, for India Market Close. Up next is Market Express by Malika.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बनके खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर।
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and let's get straight into the show. Start by taking a look at the markets first, because it was another volatile day that you had for the Dalal Street as benchmarks saw wild swings in trade. So you're looking at Nifty surging above 25,400 in opening trade, but giving up near 1% gains during the day to eventually end below 25,300. When you take a look at broader markets, outperform the benchmarks in trade as well. Let's also take a look at the sectoral picture then, because the public sector banks in fact saw strong buying coming in trade, followed by pharma as well as some of your metal counters, while on the losing side you have realty. That was the only sector which saw the selling pressure as well today. Let's also get a little stock specific now, talk to you about some of the biggest movers. Like you can see on your screens, IIFL Finance was under pressure, falling about 15% in trade, as the company received a notice from the income tax department asking the company to audit accounts for specified block period. Now the IT department has actually asked to appoint special auditor for this account audit, and that's something that you're looking at. The stock was tanking in trade, down about 15% as well, and that's something that you're looking at when it comes to this particular counter. Of course, you should be looking at Eternal as well. That was also down about 2.4% in trade. The street is speaking loud and clear, and it's sounding more bullish than ever, though. You do have Jefferies keeping its buy call with a target price of 480 rupees as well, calling out Blinkit's underlying strength as it turns EBITDA positive right at the peak of competition management shifts. Let's talk about those as well. Jefferies is saying that there's nothing that is changing, at least in the short term there. UBS as well staying in the bull camp, maintaining a buy with a 375 rupee target, impressed by strong numbers, but keeping a close watch when it comes to competitive intensity in quick commerce. So that's what makes it to their radar as well. But the real standout today is actually CLSA, which not only maintains its high conviction outperform, but also becomes the first brokerage to push Eternal above 500 rupees in terms of the target, hiking the target price to 506 rupees. So that's important to note here, viewers as well. And CLSA is flagging a strong beat in contribution per order, break-even powered by scale and efficiency is what you're looking at here. Accelerating growth in food delivery, while District and Hyperpure continue to deepen Zomato's moat. So that's something that you're looking at when it comes to this particular counter. Let's also talk to you about Vari Energies that delivered a powerhouse third quarter, once again lighting up the street with an exceptional performance. Now the company posted soaring revenue, strong profit growth as well, and a healthy jump when it comes to the margins. Now reinforcing its leadership in the solar space largely. When you take a look at the stock, that was about up about 9.8%. You're looking at the module production that continued at a robust pace as well, backed by that flawless execution. Now the company of course has reiterated that its full year profitability target remains well within reach. On the back of that, the stock was buzzing away in trade today. And speaking of buzzing away in trade, as you can see on your screens, almost a 20% uptick coming in there. Bajaj Consumer has delivered a strong set of numbers this quarter, and you can clearly see that reflected in the stock price as well. The company reported 25% organic growth, driven mainly by double-digit volume gains coming in its flagship Almond Drops hair oil as well. Now, you do have the international business that you should be looking at that saw a modest 5% decline. Now, the domestic momentum more than made up for it. You do have the revenue as well that jumped about 31% thereabout, in fact, and profit also surged 83%. Margins also improved sharply. Net margin expanded to 18.3%. You're looking at EBITDA as well, more than doubling to 56 crore rupees, and you can see that clearly reflected in the stock price when it comes to this particular counter. Let's also talk to you about CAMS that reported a steady set of numbers and not much in terms of the stock action there. You do have growth across revenue, profitability and margins that you're looking at, though operating performance improving sequentially while net profit also moving higher. The company has also announced an interim dividend of 3.5 rupees per share, signaling a little bit of confidence when it comes to their business momentum as well, and that's something that you're looking at when it comes to CAMS. But in terms of the stock price there, not much of move that you're seeing for CAMS. Let's also talk to you about Dr. Reddy's Labs that turns in a profit beat this quarter, but the story beneath the headline is actually far more layered because you're looking at this lift coming in from solid momentum in its branded portfolio with a favorable forex swing as well, quietly adding to the tailwind. Any drag from weakness in the US generics is largely offset by strength when it comes to India, Europe and some of the emerging markets as well, keeping the overall engine in fact steady, but it's not all smooth because you're looking at those EBITDA margins taking a little bit of a hit there thanks to the impact of the new labor codes, and that's something that you're looking at. But even so, the company remains upbeat when it comes to its upcoming semaglutide launch as well, setting the stage for what could be an important earnings lever ahead. So that's what you're looking at, 5% uptick thereabout coming in on Dr. Reddy's Labs. Let's also talk about Bank of India that turned in an inline set of numbers in the third quarter. A steady quarter is what you're looking at without surprises, but with a few interesting shifts under the surface. Let's also delve a little deeper into those because you're talking about NIMs inching up, fee income staying weak and treasury gains quietly taking the spotlight. Management is also betting on better margins ahead thanks to that deposit repricing that was lined up for the fourth quarter. Now you're looking at slippages as well ticking up just a tad bit, but the overall operating performance remains firm, supported by stable credit momentum as well as healthy interest income. Let's also talk to you about PNB Housing Finance that delivered a weak set of numbers in the third quarter. You're looking at the stock also tanking about 7.5% with the miss coming from softer performance almost across the board. Total income and profit are up, but the growth in fact feels underwhelming against some of those expectations, what was being penciled in. Affordable housing, usually a key support, sees a drop when it comes to the disbursements here, adding to that drag coming in as far as that quarter is concerned, and you can see that clearly being reflected in the stock price as well, down about 7.6%. Let's also talk to you about KEI Industries turning in a strong third quarter powered by momentum in its cables and wires business. You do have the revenue growth that was healthy, profitability climbing even faster and margins seeing a clear uplift. The real standout this quarter, in fact, was the stronger cables and wire margin performance as well, which helps KEI deliver an earnings beat despite industry-wide cost pressures. But you can, in fact, not see that being reflected when it comes to the stock price. That was down about 2.3%. But now let's also cut across the visuals coming in where US President Donald Trump is formally announcing the first Charter of Board of Peace.
With many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they've done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one has turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers, in Ukraine and Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000 in the month before, 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretaries Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jamieson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases, very popular leaders. In some cases, not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board. Great group. This week marks the one-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state to 7. They were saying, can you win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months. And we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, it looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things and if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, 2 nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation. But we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built, and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, who, I mean, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And, of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires. We can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands. They were literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands, but they have to give up their weapons. And if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's the fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace, in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. And it was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had it was gone. But during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water. And now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough. But that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97. Now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get onto those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we have the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to our giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of time than they did in years, because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second between Venezuela and us. We have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in. They want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. Said, you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came, they said, you be the chairman. And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already. And every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos. So we said, would be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine, I think. Let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple, let's see, a couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza, and I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and it's what we have. Maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid, you used to hear all the people who were starving and it was terrible. Now you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food, and you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard, but there were 20 remaining living hostages. Now we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. And I said that a year before. And it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them. And we had also about 28 that were dead. but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. Some cases it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love and but their boy had been killed. In just about all cases, young men. Their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of their boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done. And with the exception of one, and we're close on the track of that, we've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the border peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch. And we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do. And we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it. But there's tremendous potential in the United Nations. And you have some great people at the United Nations. But so far it hasn't. You know, on the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have. And they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, you know, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us. Everybody in this room is a star, or you wouldn't be here. There's a reason that you're here, and you're all stars. You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world, most powerful people in the world. And when you use that genius that you have, that very unusual, very inspired genius, when you use that for peace, the opposite of peace has no chance. So I just want to say it's tremendous to be with you, and I think this is something that we're doing that's very important. This is the most important. I was so looking forward to being here, and yesterday was a tremendous success. A lot of good things happened, but this was something that I really wanted to be here and do, and I could think of no better place because so many people were together. And now to bring the Board of Peace into full force, I ask Sheikh Isa of Bahrain and Foreign Minister Barita of Morocco to join me in signing and ratifying the Board of Peace Charter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Trump. The charter is now in full force and the Board of Peace is now an official international organization. We will now continue the signing ceremonies, beginning with the President of Argentina and the Prime Minister.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Your Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders, 23rd January 2026, Mumbai.
It's been a really busy World Economic Forum this time around in Davos, Switzerland, for all sorts of reasons, not least of all because of the concerns between the United States and Europe. But apart from that, the World Economic Forum looks at several issues. We look at education, we look at health, we look at artificial intelligence, and we look at the state of the world's economy. We've got a wonderful guest with us. Kristalina Georgieva is the MD of the International Monetary Fund, and we are delighted, ma'am, to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
AI is something that has been a source of conversation here for quite some time. And I noticed that there was some mild differences, if you can call it that, between what you had suggested India was as an AI power and what the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes. And I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's been quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
You're correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
Welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening. And we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint. Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar, because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now, and the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, our resorts, for our logistics business, for our real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on CapEx, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
In terms of what the conversations have been like in Davos for you, apart from the VVIP meeting with President Trump, what has been the highlight and what has been the biggest talking point? Let's keep the geopolitics aside. Has AI taken center stage once again and adoption across various industries?
AI is clearly center stage, and there have been some very good discussions on how.
As I was in the Congress Hall, I was wondering whether this is happening for real or not. It is happening. It's here, it's now. And frankly, it's quite difficult to make sense of what's really going on. But we'll try and do just that. And to help make sense of a very complex and constantly changing world, I've got two super sharp commentators, Martin Wolf from the Financial Times and Ravi Agarwal join us from Foreign Policy. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to start by asking you, Mr. Wolf, you've been coming to Davos for many decades. Have you ever seen something like this? He's got a grand stage, an assortment of countries. The Europeans are there, but they're not in the hall. They're not signing. A whole amalgamation of small countries signing this. Pakistan's there on the stage as well. And the signing of the Board of Peace. What are you making of this?
Well, I've been here for I've been to the WEF annual meeting only twice, not here, for 27 years. But of course, everything about Trump is unprecedented in some sense. And the difference between his first term and his second term is in his first term, he was surrounded by conventional people who had powerful influence. He didn't know what he wanted to do so it was a bit abnormal. When he came here in his first term, it was a pretty surreal show. They had a band playing for him. I've never forgotten that. Probably Stars and Stripes forever, I imagine. So it's always been surreal, and he's surreal. And what he's done in the last year in trade policy, upending it, the Liberation Day, April the 2nd, blowing up the trading system, then backing down, excitement, upheaval, extraordinary changes in domestic policy. So it is always a bit surreal with him, and you never know what's real and what is imaginary and where things fall in between that. But I'm not an expert. I don't understand it. With the Board of Peace, I have simply no capacity to understand what he's doing, what it's going to be for, how it will operate, how it relates to the UN, if at all. But then equally surreal to me was that last week we thought we were about to have a war between the United States and NATO over Greenland, and yesterday we discovered we weren't after all. So it's all impossible to make sense of. And I honestly think there's never been a historical parallel. I can think of dictatorial figures who would have also turned something into the Trump-Kennedy Center, all that. But no, this is something I can't really make sense of.
What in the world happened? He comes with a dagger, digs it into the heart of Europe, says, on Greenland, I won't go to war, but I want Greenland and I want it as an ownership agreement. A few hours later, after meeting the Secretary General of NATO and the others, he changes his mind. Was that always posturing, or is he that fickle? What's going on?
Well, this I know for sure. This is all reality TV. He wants us sitting here talking about him, trying to figure out what's on his mind. I will just say, to add to what Martin said about the Board for Peace, it is surreal. There's also an element of hard-nosed realism here. I think there's a recognition on the part of both the United States and Israel that the United Nations was not serving its purpose. It was paralyzed, horribly divided, and also completely feckless on vote after vote on anything to do with Gaza. The problem with the Board of Peace, however, is that the countries it's attracting to sign on, they are not bastions of liberalism. I mean, you've got Kazakhstan, Pakistan. In Europe, you have the likes of Hungary that have signed on. Vladimir Putin of Russia was asked to join. I mean, it's a joke that you would ask someone who's been credibly accused of war crimes to join a Board of Peace. But that is the week that we're in. And in that context, the drama of yesterday in Greenland was a farce. After 24 hours of focusing so intently on what Trump said, we still don't know where we are. He made clear his designs on Greenland, but we don't know what he actually got. out of the quote-unquote future deal that he made with NATO.
You're saying that the UN has been ineffective, and India has been making that case for a very long time. But how does the Board of Peace supplant that or prove any more effective, even incorporating all the inadequacies of the United Nations, Ravi?
Well, it won't. It will not incorporate all of the countries in the UN. I mean, the fact that the UN had signed on 190 plus countries is a feat of the last 80 years. That is the reason, or one of the many reasons, why the last 80 years were remarkable and maybe sort of an oasis of calm in an otherwise turbulent, crazy history of the world. So to imagine that this Board of Peace will somehow replicate that feat, I think is crazy. I think what this Board of Peace will do is add a veneer of respectability to what Trump wants to do in Gaza anyway, and also what Israel wants to do, frankly. I think the Israelis, and I spoke to their senior leaders in attendance at Davos yesterday, they see this move as adding some international ballast to the things they want to do in Gaza.
Martin Wolf, from an economic lens, how is all this constant uncertainty, the reality drama that Ravi refers to, impacting global growth? Because at least for a country like India, given the threat of tariffs, one would have conventionally imagined that growth will take a hit. A few months on, in the 2 quarters numbers that we've seen, things aren't that bad. The growth numbers have actually gone up and being revised upwards.
Yes, I think that's really a fascinating question. I've just been in a discussion among private and public sector, very senior officials. So what do we know about the world economy? It has basically continued to motor on at more or less the speed one expected a year ago, and the forecast for next year, give or take, are more or less the same. The IMF has even raised it by a percentage point or so. So if you looked at aggregate GDP, you would have to say this is a sound full of fury signifying nothing. What in the end have we left with it? How did that happen? And I think there are 2 very simple explanations. One, of course, is and this is very important, in many cases, his bite is much less fierce than his bark. So what he promised in Liberation Day, quote unquote, was not at all where he ended up. The trade war with China he lost, more or less. He has imposed very high tariffs on some countries, India included, but he has backed down in many cases. The tariffs are a nuisance, but they're not penal. There will be further effects, I think, on the world economy. The private sector will adjust around it, will add to uncertainty, but this isn't a decisive break yet. I think that's the first big point. The second point is there's tremendous momentum in the world economy. That's been true since the pandemic. There is the huge AI boom. There's a colossal investment boom going on in China, in manufacturing, well known. And I pointed this out many times. Basically, the world economy grows. I don't wish to understate, of course, the significance of Indian dynamism. We still have the great momentum of new technology, AI and all the rest of it, and catch-up growth, of which India is the most powerful exponent. And it takes in something enormous to solve it. But finally, there are real risks. I think there are risks of higher inflation in the US, which could well raise it, end up, in the end, after a forced attempt to keep them down, it would get very high. Interest rates would have to shoot up. We would then have the possibility of a really big financial crisis, basically concentrated on US dollars. That could affect the dollar as a key currency. So there are lots of risks, but we must emphasize the basic dynamism of the world economic system.
Ravi, one of the theories doing the rounds in Davos, and this is largely in chatter in corridors or during lunch and dinner, is that the only thing that freaks Trump out is the fear of the bond markets. The fact that the markets can take a plunge and the bond markets give him a thumbs down. How real do you think that is? One of the things being spoken of is that European leaders essentially behind the closed doors indicated to him that they would push back using the kind of leverage they have over American bond, and that is part of the reason that Trump freaked out.
This is obviously Martin's area of expertise, but I will say that Trump, in all these sort of classic characteristics of a bully, tends to be much tougher on weaker countries, weaker companies, weaker institutions. And the minute he is faced with a very tough response, whether that is China saying that, no, we're not going to export rare earths to you anymore and you have no other way to get them, or it is the threat of the bond markets, or even European leaders saying that we will respond in the toughest way possible. Those are the instances that we've seen so far that Trump is likely to step back from the brink. And in a sense, I think one of the big themes of the last year has been figuring out how to deal with Trump. On the one hand, is it flattery? Is it NATO's Secretary General calling Trump daddy? Or is it firmness and toughness? And I think we're beginning to see that the flattery never pays off because Trump always comes back for more. And being tough, while it might have risks, it might have some short-term costs, in the longer term, that seems to be the strategy that pays off.
Just to emphasize, I think it's pretty clear in what happened in the last week or so that volatility in markets affected him. And I think he looks at the bond market and he looks at the dollar. It's a sort of a pretty simple indicator. Do people have confidence in him? He knows, this I think he does know, and I'm quite certain that his Treasury Secretary tells him, we are a huge debtor country. And these people you're having a war with China, Japan, Europeans, they're our creditors. And of course the Gulf states are there. We have to pay attention to them because they can do a lot of damage. They don't need to indicate it too strongly. It's sort of there. And then finally point out, I mean, he's not a dictator in America yet. He depends on the support of the American people. It's pretty clear the polls are not going well for him. Favorability ratings are low. Confidence in the economy is low. He can't have an economic crisis. I mean, that would kill him. And he would lose complete control over Congress in that situation. And then he's a really, really lame duck. So I think he's a bully, but his position isn't that strong, either domestically or internationally, and he has to take account of reality, and economic realities and political realities, which are always interlinked, they matter.
Now, you spoke about how different countries are dealing with Trump. Spend a moment trying to explain what you're making of how India and the Indian government and the Prime Minister is dealing with Donald Trump at the moment, because we don't seem to have had much success on the trade deal, and I frankly wonder whether there's any purpose in signing a trade deal, given the fact that a few weeks, hours, days, years later, he could just change his mind on what he signed on.
True, and it's a risk, but India still is doing the right thing in at least having those talks, because abandoning them would also be pointless. But I think India's strategy of not relying exclusively on its partnership with the United States, which, as we all know, had been growing and getting closer for the last 25 years before last year's disruption, but India's not putting all its eggs in one basket.
Now it seems like a smart thing to have done, because earlier many commentators here in Davos were asking India to align more closely with the United States. Now Jaishankar and Modi seem to have been on the right track.
In hindsight, I do think India's policy of strategic autonomy, not putting all its eggs in one basket, has been the right one. The fact that it has pursued a free trade deal with the EU, the fact that it is signing agreements with the UAE and so many other countries around the world is the right thing for India to do. And look, it's not just trade, it's also defense. India's long diversified its defense acquisitions. And I think, in a sense, this is a template now that other countries are following. For me, one of the big takeaways from this week was Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech, in which he made quite clear that there's a rupture in the world order and that Canada, despite being a very big economy, was looking to diversify. And Carney, of course, was in China last week and announced a reduction in tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, which would have been unthinkable a year ago. So there is this growing sense that middle powers around the world are seeking to cooperate with each other, seeking to build some semblance of order within a very messy new order that we're entering.
Yes.
I just want to add on India, if I may. I think what has just been said is absolutely crucial. I was worried with this rupture with the US and extraordinary, and from my point of view, completely crazy tariff policy that Trump introduced against India, because India is a really important potential partner, and his reasons are completely mad. Put it bluntly, but I was concerned India's reaction would be to go back where it was, pre-1991 to say, okay, we can't trust these foreigners, we must go inward. But they are pursuing, I think, the vastly more sensible policy of actually engaging with everybody. India has lots of opportunity there because it has real weight, because of its scale, its potential, which is extraordinary. It ought to be far and away the fastest growing economy in the big economy in the world in the next 20, 30 years. People want to do deals with it. The US knows this is crazy. So I think India has lots of leverage and it should use it.
Debate here in Davos and outside. Ravi, on what happens after 3 odd years once the era of Trump is over? Mike Carney says it's not temporary, it's a rupture, suggesting that this is a long-term trend. I heard Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, this morning, and he was making the argument that no, this is not who we are. You heard Mike Carney, many American politicians feel like that even if they're not saying it, and there will be a return to the mean, as it were. Which one at this moment, while it's tough to say, which one do you think is more likely? How do you look at it?
Personally, I'm tired of Americans saying this is not who we are. It is who they are. And we've seen it not once but twice. I think Biden was allowed to say America is back, but I don't think a new Biden after Trump 2.0 will be able to say America is back again.
Why not?
Well, because you can't keep coming back and keep returning a Trump or a Trumpian leader to power. You lose credibility in the world and trust. And I think, look, as we're seeing with Canada, as we've seen with India, countries will move on. And so, you know, what my magazine is terming this moment as is the world -1, a world in which the United States is not only pulling back from the order that it helped build, but it is actively destroying it. And what is going to happen now is collections of other countries in this interregnum period will try to find ways to cooperate, ways to align themselves. They will hedge against each other. They will compete against each other. But all of this means we're not in a new world order. We're in a new world disorder for quite a while. And this interregnum period is going to set us up for something else later. We just don't know what that is.
Yes.
Very quick. Just really 2 points. The old pre-Trump world will not come back. And certainly the old pre-Trump America won't come back. Too much damage has been done within the US and obviously internationally. Would you put all your eggs into this basket if J.D. Vance could turn up or somebody like that be president? But that doesn't mean the Trumpian ambition to create really, let's be very blunt, a consolidated autocracy is going to work. I don't think that will work anyway. I suspect America is going to be a pretty troubled place for the foreseeable future. And the world, rationally, and that's what Mark Carney was saying, we have to assume America will be a troubled place. We are very unhappy about this, well, we must move on. And that's the only sensible approach.
Wolf, Ravi, this has been a fascinating conversation. You got some super sharp insights at a time when there's so many moving balls. Really appreciate you taking out time. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, as always.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माई स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI
for joining us. You know, what I love about the fact is that you're so out and about, trying to find out what's happening, wrapping your head around all the geopolitical issues. Donald Trump was here in Davos. What did you make of his speech? And you were among the few Indian businessmen who actually had an opportunity to be part of a meeting with him. How was that?
Predictable. I think everybody expected him to be going off script, and which he did. I think there's too much noise, and as Secretary Besant said, don't react to noise. Keep your calm, things will get better. I believe that. In the end, US is an important part of the world, one of the most economically powerful, militarily powerful nation. But it is still a democratic nation where if things go completely out of hand, things will start to come back. What is important is for the world to know the old world order has certainly shifted. Now, where will it land up? What new institutions will come through it? But something has to give now. Europe will have to come together as a voice. No more fragmented Europe and together through Brussels. It doesn't work. Have one voice. You can't have a situation where two leading heads of state have a strong reaction and two say, no, we must compromise. It doesn't work. Europe in the next 10 years would have made their own arrangements on defense, on security, on intelligence sharing, on satellites, GPS, but it will take 10 years. They have been, if I may say, Europe has been on a vacation. And when you come back from a vacation, you can either be very charged up to do things, or you could be in a lazy mode, not do much. What Trump has done is, I think, shake them up very hard. I think Europe is acting now.
Is there a method in the madness that you see, or do you only see madness?
Method. There's a method. Ask for the moon, settle for the stars.
How should India be dealing with Donald Trump, given the fact that he actually did impose the tariffs? In the case of Greenland, now he's pulled back against Europe, but in India, he's stuck with the tariffs. Kabhi-kabhi bolta rehta aur badha dunga, and he's giving all kinds of threats. What's your sense as a corporate leader how the country should be dealing with Donald Trump?
India has dealt well, although I know there's a lot of people who criticize India could have done this, India could have done that. As I mentioned, I'm in the world of business, but I am also a student of geopolitics. I personally feel India has done well by keeping quiet, not reacting to the noise. Our leadership has had a lot of, calm, approach towards the whole issue. They engage. Foreign Minister Jaishankar, Piyush Goyal at every level. I had a chance to meet Secretary Howard Lutnick yesterday. You can see that underlying things are moving now. India is focused on the EU deal. Hopefully next week the EU deal should get inked, which is really a big...
That is, Ursula von der Leyen called this the mother of all deals. How significant would an India-EU free trade agreement be?
It'll be big, because EU needs a big country. China is not the natural choice. US is in a difficult situation. India, with 1.5 billion people, becomes a continent for Europe to have access to. And equally, over $25 trillion economy that EU jointly is meaningful for India. I would say this will be a good cushion for India and also gives it strength to negotiate with the US better.
What are you making of all the turbulence in the India-US trade negotiations? We're hearing all kinds of rhetoric. The other question that's now being asked in Davos is there any purpose in Delhi and DC having a deal, given that Donald Trump could a few weeks, months, years later change his mind like he's done with the EU, you work so hard on getting to the finishing line and the guy could change his mind?
But India-EU deal, when it happens, it will be done.
I'm asking you about India-US deal and the trouble that we are facing there.
Once the deal is done, I think it gets settled. I mean, I don't think so it'll get reopened between India and US. You can still see that Derai Darustai, US has called India back onto the table on the strategic semiconductor piece. So Pax Silica, you have come on to the space program, the critical technologies, the CET, which was established, is being reinvigorated. India has receded on buying oil from Russia, which was irritating the US. And of course, few issues on pulses and agriculture and those things on the margin, where India may relent a little bit, but largely it cannot. I think America understands that. And my own view is it'll get settled. It's a matter of now, maybe a couple of months.
But how do you think India should be dealing with the ego and the arrogance of Donald Trump? You know, you heard what Secretary Latnik said, ki phone nahi aaya, and then by then it's too late, etc. So you now are not just dealing with the trade negotiations, the commas, the full stop, the minutiae, you're also dealing with the personality of Donald Trump and his team.
Well, we have seen flattery can only get you that far. Europe has been doing that for a period of time, and we know where it's landed. So I think India is having the right approach, respectful, balanced, and yet you need to be a proud Indian. You need to be proud of your own strengths and country. In the end, it's got to be a win-win deal, because you cannot have a situation where you keep giving in, because if there is no end to it, it's better to stop early than later.
How are you as a corporate leader, and from what you're finding out from other business houses, dealing with the uncertainty that Donald Trump brings? Because you're not just trying to keep pace with business developments, economic numbers, you're also just trying to find out what's going on in the world, and that keeps changing every hour.
What does that do for us as a business community? Faster reforms. We saw the GST reform come through very quickly. Labor reform. In fact, the labor reform means paying more to the workers, which is great news because it gets the circular sort of economy going. People have more money, they can buy more stuff. So my business brethren, my community should welcome that. I think that's settled as well. Then you're seeing now tax reforms coming through. I'm hoping in the upcoming budget there should be further ease of doing business, further tax reforms.
In what specific way?
I think tax code itself, which has been simplified a few times, should be done more. The corporate laws, where Mr. Vaishnav said a lot of rules and regulations have been simplified. A lot of laws have been decriminalized. I think all those things need to be accelerated. More PLI, more incentives for Indian industry. In the end, why did China get away with what they got away? Despite all the pushback, their trade has gone up. India needs to strengthen itself economically, militarily. And I think that's where the government is focused on. I remain very confident that in every crisis, you have opportunities. India and Indian leadership is seeing an opportunity in this world-wide chaos that we are seeing. Strengthen Indian industry, thereby Indian economy, to a better leverage in dealing with the world.
China is emerging stronger through this tumult and chaos that Trump is unleashing on the world?
It is. Everybody, you saw Mark Carney go to China, sign a deal. You are seeing Europe reconnecting. Because in the end, Russia is not the alter ego power. It is China today, very clearly. In technologies, in size, scale, manufacturing, EVs, you name it, everything. So I think the chaos has favored China because they were ready to take advantage.
Let's spend some time talking about the telecom sector back home and the developments that are taking place. And as a consumer, a lot of chatter around 6G in the Indian context, and when it comes, what it means, how do consumers benefit, and when does it start?
Look, with every generation of technology, you get higher speed and more capacity, lower latency. I mean, these are the three powerful elements. From 2G to 5G, that's where we have come. today you can do so much more stuff on your phone than you could ever do in the 2G era. With 6G, it becomes a completely new ecosystem where machines are talking to each other, where cars are talking to each other. I mean, it's a fully connected world. Latency is going to be super low, 10, 15 millisecond, which means robotic surgery. If there's a bleed during a robotic surgery remotely, things can be fixed very quickly. Space technology, data centers going up into space, lesser requirement of energy, energy efficiencies. And then you strap on top of that AI, and you know how things are going to play out. Robotics, millions of robots working all over the world connected onto the 6G network. So 6G standard is going to produce lower latency, significantly higher speeds, and more capacity. And above all, very precise slicing of network. If you are doing something which is very critical, your service quality will be very different individually for that particular connection than the millions of the rest of the users who are doing YouTube or something else.
How are you looking at your rollout and build-up plans?
Well, 5G is still on the rollout phase. I think there's 2 more years of 5G saturation. 4G saturation is almost done now, which is very good. 6G is about 3 to 4 years away from first trials, and give it another 2-3 years after that. In our case, we are consumers of technology. We don't produce ourselves, but we are deeply attached to what's going on in the world. I was the chairman of GSMA, now Gopal, vice chairman of the GSMA CEO. We're connected to the world, tracking the technology trends. We will always bring technology in line with the rest of the world for our customers.
In the context of what happened in the aviation sector, there were lots of concerns raised by government and by citizens about duopolies. Now, a lot of effort has been made to prop up additional players in the telecom sector, but it's really essentially just the 2 big boys. How do you see that, and what do you think, not just from your own corporate lens, but if you zoom out also, what do you think should be done with a sector like the telecom sector so we don't end up in a duopolistic situation?
Look, I think one thing which was recognized by the political leadership is India's infrastructure, hard infrastructure, will take a long time. How to mitigate that, how to still get the economy going and fire up all engines was digital infrastructure. And that, I would say, has been tremendously done. The launch of 5G, the speed at which the government moved in giving us the spectrum, and more importantly, the danda that was on us, rollout. I think it's been the fastest rollout, despite the fact there's not much revenue. We fulfilled the task for India, knowing that this is required. And it's been the fastest rollout anywhere in the world. Fiber optic cables have been laid out, submarine cables have been put up, more space capacity has been created. But all this needs energy. Thankfully, India was also focused on renewable energy, other forms of energy. Energy is not a problem here in India today. Both these combined with a drop-in of the digital stack created the wonderful ecosystem of digital infrastructure. And now you can keep building roads and ports and airports which are carrying on. So I think that part has been very, very well done. And this industry requires a ton of capital to invest. You can't have 10 operators, each fighting for the piece. But you also can't have a monopoly. So the government is right in the wisdom to have 3 private players plus BSNL. But every player has to fight for a space in place. Vodafone Idea, which was the largest operator after the merger, has become a shadow of themselves. Government has given them a supporting hand. Let's see how far they can go.
Do you see any hope for them?
You always have to have hope. They have pockets of strengths, but they are behind by several years and several $1 billion, tens of thousands of crores needs to be invested in where us and Jio have taken the lead. So it'll really depend on the management. I mean, you'll have to ask them. Government has done the job. I think it's now for the company.
From the perspective of the consumer, there's so much chatter of how satellite connectivity is impacting war zones, areas where normal internet and mobile connectivity is not available. We know Elon Musk is coming in as well. That's a new frontier that you're gearing up for in the Indian and global context. Tell us where we're at there.
Well, India is going to be complementary. At $3, no satellite can make any sense of competition. Where you have fiber, radio cannot compete. Where you have radio, satellite cannot compete. Areas which are mufassal, outside our network coverage, which are very far and few, will benefit from satellite coverage. Recently, Kundilia, the old vessel that was built by Sanjeev Sanyal, he went to Oman, and we had a terminal on that. They were fully connected throughout the journey back and forth. OneWeb. We put a OneWeb terminal on the boat, and it was seamless. We asked them, delighted. So, aero, marine, defense, In Ukraine today, OneWeb is, supporting the entire Ukraine, job on the front, along with Starlink. Taiwan, we are fully equipped. So we have a special use. Now, will Starlink start to come and compete with us in the areas that we are in? I think BT should start to now look at what's happening. They have launched a 35-pound home broadband, can compete. In the US, where they bought their own spectrum, the three operators will have to respond if they come to $40, $50 views anywhere. So let's see. But India, Africa, where we operate, it's not a problem. It's complementary.
Elon Musk being able to do a geo-like price disruption, trying to come in and enter the...
You don't have the capacity. So because the universal capacity of satellite falls on a limited basis on each country. What you have in India, even if you was to connect 5 million customers free, that's what it can do. So you can't connect 1 billion people on satellite.
You spoke of artificial intelligence coming on top of a lot of your underlying 5G and 6G technologies. How are you seeing India's attempts to try and catch up and become a player in the AI race? We saw this big face-off in Davos between our Mantri and some global experts on whether India was a second-rate or a first-world AI power.
Look, India will have its own frugal methods to get the benefit of AI. I've been talking to many CEOs who are, leading edge on AI. India doesn't need to spend hundreds of billions of dollars or trillions of dollars. It can spend tens of billions of dollars and do exactly what is required for our needs. And that's what Minister Vaishnav also said. We don't need to do billions of, language models. We need to have our own frugal ways of getting there. But we'll also be big users of AI. In our own network, for example, the entire network management, all the spam and fraud control is all happening through AI. It's impossible to do it through human interventions. So user side, I think India is taking off in a dramatically big way. In fact, the AI ML transactions, I was just seeing from Jay Chowdhury Scaler, India is number 2 in the world today after US. So the utilization is shooting up. Now you are saying creation of our own large language models. I think we'll get there. We'll create our own needs. But does India need to go and now compete with hundreds of billions of dollars? I don't think so. We need to do that.
I saw interesting reports about how Bharti Airtel was trying to use AI. You don't have any grand data center plans?
Building a 1 gigawatt capacity. We've just landed 300 megawatt, one single order, which is coming up in Vizag. We already have 300 megawatts of capacity. So we are on that build out. India will have 3 or 4 big players on AI data centers. Airtel is one of those.
As far as Africa is concerned, what's your outlook for your businesses in Africa for this year?
Africa has been doing very well throughout, excepting for exchange. Exchange has been melting year after year. It is stabilized in the last 2 years. In Nigeria, the Naira went from 155 to 1,500 Naira to a dollar. It's been stable now. It's actually appreciated a bit. Some currencies have started to appreciate. If the currencies remain on a secular decline, which is 3-4% a year, which one expects, 5 years' time, Airtel Africa business will be a very large business.
And finally, on reform, the government has introduced a whole slew of reform on the back of, the tariffs. Obviously, they got into action. Beyond what we've seen on GST, beyond what we've seen so far on land reforms, what would you like to see, Mr. Mittal?
I would say, one, the overall environment on ease of doing business. Now, government has done extremely well. A lot more needs to be done. I think the government... So if you look at the Gauba committee that has been set up, that's precisely with this background that go through the entire plethora of how Indian businesses are impacted through government interactions, the way companies interact with a variety of departments of the government, land acquisition, power availability, certain approvals on environment and all that. I think all these need to be, and we as CII, FICCI, other chambers, industry, need to go and make a presentation. There are many areas where we need to see reform. One area which is outside the business control is if somehow we can get unanimity amongst political parties to have one nation, one election.
You're a big champion of this one nation, one election.
Tell you,
आपको तो election में मजा आता है?
नहीं, आपको मजा आता है. आपको अगर 5 साल में एक ही बार मिला तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी.
बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है.
But not for that. I'm telling you, for the sake of nation, that really disrupts a lot of things. Decision making, large projects get stalled. You can not imagine how much energy is wasted. In April, there are a few more elections. I mean, every few months, you can't be in an election mode. We need all of us, the government and the citizens and private sector, to be focused on building a country.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. Thank you very much. I hope you have a safe journey back, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad.
Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. This show gets you actionable insight on everything personal finance related, whether it's mutual fund news or strategies that you can employ. First up, in mutual fund news, let me tell you that there's an interesting development from the house of ICICI Prudential AMC. They've just announced that they are reopening subscriptions into their small cap fund. And this is a pretty big deal because they took a call and they said they are known to be contrarian, but when everybody else was accepting a lot of inflows into their small cap fund, they stopped. And they said, look, we don't think that the valuations are sustainable at this point. For them, as a fund house, to start receiving those subscriptions once again is a statement of intent. And of course, it's one fund house, so bear that in mind. But it is a reasonably big development. Remember that their assets under management are not the largest in the space, just over 8,000 odd crore rupees. And the largest, of course, as you know, is Nippon Small Cap Actively Managed Fund. So, and the difference is quite substantial. It's an important development. Talk to your advisor before you take a decision. Now, the topic that I've chosen in the first part of this conversation is on the taking of a home loan. What are the prevailing rates? What do you need to bear in mind when you are out shopping for a loan? And is this the moment to reprice your loan, if at all? I'm joined by Adil Shetty, the Chief Executive Officer of bankbazaar.com. Adil, thanks as always for taking the time. Let me start by asking you about the prevailing rates. We've had several rate cuts already. Has that already been transmitted across the board, or are we still waiting for more transmission? Of course, new rates or new loans are always priced at the bottom. What are the rates right now?
So, Alex, the good news is, when we were talking a year ago, we were talking about loans at, 8.25%, 8.5%. So now, right, the prevailing rates for home loans, obviously depending on your credit score, and that's why, we always tell you to track and improve your credit score when anyone comes to Bank Bazaar. But for a person with a high credit score, the prevailing rates currently are between 7.25% and let's say 7.75, 7.8%. So the range is between 7.25 and 7.8%. But keep in mind, right, there are few lenders I'm seeing in the market today who are even going as low as 7.1%. But when I look at the big lenders out there, the big mortgage home loan lenders, the range is operating between 7.25% and 7.8%.
So these are people like State Bank of India, these are people like HDFC Bank, I would think, and a few more other mortgage lenders, right?
That's right. Those are where the big guys are at. But I do see a few offers, right, under very high credit score, over 800, for particular loan amounts less than 30 lakhs, right? I'm also seeing an offer at 7.1%. But let me answer the larger question you asked, Alex. Is this a good time and has the transmission passed? So the answer on both questions is yes. I think if anyone is either thinking of a new home loan, I have not seen in many, many years, right, rates close to that 7% number. The rates might continue to go down because we are expecting that there will be further repo rate cuts given how low inflation is. But it's a good time to lock in, because even if you lock in today at 7.25, even if you lock in and the rate falls by 0.25%, because all loans today are repo linked loans, automatically the benefit will flow to you. So don't wait, lock in at 7.25. If the rates fall, automatically the benefit will come to you. And if you are someone who's paying more than 8%, 8.5% on your home loan, this is a good time to be considering a refinance too.
Okay, let me ask about that, right? Because Adil, the knowledge is that these are all floating rate loans. These mortgage loans are all floating rate loans. There are fixed rate loans, but there are preconditions involved, right? They're not truly fixed rate, are they?
Yeah, so fixed rate loans in India, are quite rare because most people and most banks prefer to do a floating rate loan because you don't have to predict the future. So if the rate goes up, the EMI goes up. If the rate goes down, the EMI goes down. So 95%, Alex, of home loans in India are floating rate loans. The challenge with a fixed rate loan, right, is it's typically not fixed for 20 years. So it might be fixed for 3 years and then, it starts floating. And because there's a risk, right, usually that risk is passed to the consumer in terms of a higher spread. So if I can get a floating rate loan between 7.25 and 7.75%, a fixed rate loan will probably be 1% or 1.5% higher because the risk is being transferred to the borrower. So I think everyone listening to this show is probably, and people like you and me, are thinking about a floating rate loan. That's 95% of the market.
Yeah, that's a fair point, because ultimately you'd be locking it at a higher rate. Even if rates go up, they will go up after a period of time. One would assume that we're not yet at the bottom of the cycle. We may not see a rate cut in the next policy meeting, but the assumption is that you could see at least another 25 basis point cut and then a pause for quite a while. But who knows, with geopolitics where it is at and monetary policy, you can't predict these things. Having said that, let's talk about the size of a loan and also how that determines or affects pricing and the tenor. What is the sweet spot in terms of the information that you've gathered, Adil, over the years?
So, see, in terms of size of a loan, right, we typically ballpark recommend that you should be able to service that from your income. So the ballpark we recommend is ideally maybe, 30-35% of your monthly income. Net income can go towards your EMI or home loan obligation. Now, this is a rule of thumb, right, because all of us probably will end up buying a house which is slightly above what we expected. So the number can go up or down, Alex, but a sweet spot for what is the size of loan you should take is probably about 35% EMI. The 35% of your disposable income should cover your EMI. The sweet spot in terms of tenor, right? See, the easy answer here, Alex, it's difficult to execute, but easy answer is try and pay off your loan in as less years as possible. And I'll just give you an illustrative example. So, and I'm using an example of, let's say, a home loan, which is at 8.5%, but this is valid at all rates. On a 30-year loan, right, to take your outstanding principal to half of what you start, on a 30-year loan, right, you take 273 months to get your principal down to half. Now, on a 10-year loan, right, you take 73 months to get to the same half of outstanding principal. So the faster you pay your loan, and this is connected to what we tell people to prepay, is it really helps, right? And I'll give you another quick rule of thumb, which we users find very interesting at Bank Bazaar. If you prepay 5% of your outstanding loan every year, a 20-year loan is paid off in 12 years. Can you imagine, right? A 20-year loan is paid off in 12 years. Every year you just pay 5% prepayment on your outstanding loan. So the tenor is do as less as you can, but keep in mind for the same loan amount, if your tenor is lower, your EMI is higher. But I'd say the sweet spot in India is, 15, 20-year home loan is acceptable.
The one thing that a lot of people, of course, know, and they'll say that it's basic math, but an equal number of people don't know is that if you have the option between raising your EMI and raising your tenor, you should almost always raise your EMI if you can afford it, because you will be paying more interest over a longer tenor. In your experience, do enough people know this, Adil?
Yeah, so enough people actually don't know this, Alex, but one good thing which has happened, right? And let me just put numbers to this, so we're talking about real things over here. So the repo rate has been cut 1.25%. Now let's put numbers to it. What does 1.25%, right, make in these two options? So one option is keeping your EMI the same and reducing the period or the tenor. The other is let your EMI go down but keep the same tenor. On a 50 lakh loan, Alex, 20 years loan, which is average that we're looking at, if you reduce your EMI because of a 1.25% cut in the last 12 months, you save 9.2 lakhs in EMI. Keep that number in mind, you save 9.2 lakhs. But if you do what we call a Bank Bazaar switch hit, right? So take the lower amount, but keep your EMI same, you save 18 lakhs, Alex. Double the saving in interest outflow by keeping the EMI the same. So it's very important you keep this in mind. But here's the good news, Alex. The default option banks are offering, and this is what, the RBI said, that you have to give all options to the consumer, reduce the EMI, reduce the tenor. But most banks typically offer a default option of reducing the tenor. So even if you do nothing, Alex, even if you do nothing, when your reset happens in some loans, if repo rate falls, tomorrow you get a lower EMI. In some loans, it might take a month. In some loans, it might take 3 months. And assuming you're on a repo loan, because a lot of people are still on a base rate or MCLR, which is a separate topic. But the good news is the default option most banks offer is your tenor goes down, and that maximizes your interest outflow savings.
But equally on the other side, Adil, when the interest rates go up, if the default option is your tenor goes up, then that's not a good thing, is it?
That's also true, Alex. Everything cuts both ways. So, someone might be happy, like I'm happy, right? That today there's a loan a bank offers where tomorrow your EMI goes down. Tomorrow, right? It's called T+0, right? But when the rate goes up, the same thing comes back to hit you. So yeah, everything cuts two ways.
This is a little bit of a different question, but Adil, if I look back at the last 20 years or so, generally people tend to gravitate towards taking these house loan decisions when interest rates are lower. But then there are periods of 2.5 years where you have that peak and trough, right? Where interest rates shift either way. The average that you pay is actually significantly higher, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right, Alex. I think a lot of viewers might not believe this, but you and I have been doing this for 20 years now. So 20 years is not beyond our memory. We've been tracking home loans. I've been doing it at Bank Bazaar. So the interesting thing, Alex, is the RBI has done such a fantastic job that you don't have to worry about if the rate goes up or down, because you are protected. If the rate goes down, it comes to you. If the rate goes up, you also have to pay for it. But that's automatic. I think the important thing now is what is the spread you're paying above the repo rate. So let me just give you an example. Today, let's say the repo rate is 5.25%. If you take a home loan at 7.25%, your spread is 2%. So for the next 20 years, your spread is 2%, right? But if you get an opportunity where the spread falls to 1.5%, you should capture it. So the RBI has simplified our life in a way that we don't have to worry at what the repo is, because the benefit will flow to us. A simple example is today I should not think twice about taking at 7.25%, because if the repo rate falls, the benefit will come to me immediately. Don't even think about taking the loan. But the important thing is, today I also have to be aware what is the spread I'm paying, because I know people paying 2% spread, I know people paying 2.5% spread, I know people paying 3% spread. So the world has become simpler, but it has also become slightly more intricate, which we need to keep track of.
Yeah, important points that you're raising. Adil, thanks so much for taking the time today. A pleasure speaking with you as always.
Absolutely, Alex. My pleasure.
All right, so that's perspective that you needed about the prevailing rates on home loans and what you need to know before you choose to go out for one right now. But the question that I'm asking my next guest is, should you be going out to get a loan in the first place? There are a lot of factors that come into play right now. It might well be the largest financial decision that you take in your life. Nasreen Mamaji, CFP and founder of MoneyWorks, is joining me on this leg of the conversation. Nasreen, thanks so much for taking the time. And just for context, we've already spoken about the prevailing rates for home loans, etc., and what the best way of prepaying a loan is. But the question is, should you take that loan in the first place? What should you bear in mind before you sign that check? What, in your opinion, should be the time frame? And a lot of people, let me also ask this, right? A lot of people used their investment savings and they tend to wipe it all out. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, so thank you for having me on the show, Alex. And, that's a very relevant question today and something that we are asked on a daily basis. So typically, you have to figure out what is the optimum amount of your portfolio that you're willing to use for your down payment. And, is wiping out your savings even worth it? Or it will add to, further stress and, derailing of your entire investment planning. So typically, first thing that you should be looking out for is keeping an emergency fund between 3 to 9 months of your expenses, depending on the kind of job that you have, where you live, and who your dependents are. So you figure out that and keep between 3 to 9 months, of course, depending on how your job is going. Also, try to put the down payment with your own savings, and maybe part of it can be even a loan to you, because you shouldn't be liquidating your long-term assets, because that can obviously hurt your future goals. And very important is your long-term buckets, which is your retirement investments, your long-term equity funds, your PPF, EPF. Try not to dip into those. Now, what is the amount of down payment compared to your portfolio that is ideal for you? If you're a single income household, you should be looking at between 25 to 30% of your portfolio, which you could be using for your down payment. If you're dual income and both of you have stable jobs, then you can go as high as even 40%. But if you are in a business setup or a freelancer where your income is variable, then try to stay around 20 to 25%, because more than that would definitely hurt your portfolio, as well as you won't be able to cope even with the EMI structure going down the road.
Yeah, it's an important point that you're raising. And invariably, we're talking about, let's put some numbers to it, right? So you're talking about a house, an average house in Mumbai or an average house in Bengaluru, then you're talking about upwards of 1.5 to 2 crore at the very minimum. In Mumbai, at least 2 crore is at the very minimum. So you're talking about if a bare minimum of 20%. So what, in your opinion, is the ideal down payment? Because if you're only doing 20%, then you're talking about a 1.6 crore loan, and that needs to be sanctioned in the first place.
So, there's something called a rental yield. So that's something that you should be looking at first and foremost. Now, what this means is, the annual rent divided by the property value and multiplied by 100. I mean, mathematically, that's how it works. Now, typically, in most Indian metros, the rental yield is around, say, 2 to 3%. Your home loan interest rates are in the area of, say, 8 to 9%. And your equity returns over the longer period is, say, 10 to 12%. So if you are going to take rent out your home, so you would be paying, say, about 35,000 for a 1.5 crore property. 35,000 per month translates to about 4.2 lakhs a year. So here your rent that you're paying is about in the range of 2.8%. Now, if you compare that with, the EMI that you would be paying, you are saving about 85,000 rupees per month. Okay, because your EMI would be say about 1.15 lakhs a month for a 1.5 crore loan. So immediately that amount, which is your 85,000 rupees, which is the difference, should be put into a good SIP, which can yield you say between 10 to 12%, so that after, say 30 years or even a longer period of time, you will have a good amount of corpus and you can use that, for the down payment of the house, or you can pay that for, if you've already purchased it, then you can prepay it, etc., etc. So these are the percentages that will really work for you, because 2.2 to 3% is say, your rental yield, 8 to 9% is what you're paying for your EMI, and your equity in SIPs could yield you about 10 to 12%. So play on those figures and try to maximize that difference between the rent and the EMI that you would potentially pay in order for you to, maximize your savings and get the most out of, renting your property for the shorter period of time.
So the argument
and also
that
you would have tax advantages, because you can claim your HRA also.
Yeah, claim HRA, all right. Not in the new tax regime. In the old tax regime, it's available.
Exactly.
But having said that, Nisreen, the argument that a lot of people make, and I've heard this often, is that rent is an expense that I will not get back, which is why I'm paying towards a house that I own. Is that a wrong argument to make, in your opinion?
So, it's a good idea. If you're in it for the longer term, the tenure is higher, you have a backup financial plan, and the location is, of course, very desirable, something that you can't give up. Because a very high down payment and a lower loan, that could also work for you, depending on the situation that you are in. And if you bought the flat at a, significant discount. So also, you have to consider whether it is inherited. You might have an inheritance amount or an inherited property. So I'll just break it down for you, in terms of the advantages and disadvantages. Now, advantage obviously is that, you're accumulating an asset. So if you take a loan, then your tenant is paying off your debt and you can build equity in that asset over the longer period of time. It's an inflation hedge because real estate values, can go up in the longer term, and EMI might remain the same, if you've taken the fixed one. And you have tax benefits in terms of maybe your EMI interest, your property taxes, your maintenance costs. These are also tax deductible. But what your disadvantages could be is that it could be a negative cash flow also. For example, if, in many markets, what happens is the rent is not covering the EMI. So then in that case, you will be going out of pocket for your maintenance, probably even your, taxes, the insurance. Now, if it's 2 to 3% that you're earning and you're paying a home loan interest rate of 8 to 9%, then you're definitely out of pocket. Then, your upfront costs are very high. So you have a substantial down payment, you have 20% more or more. So you'll have to figure out that corpus is available to you either in form of your savings or you're withdrawing from your long-term, funding plans. Then real estate is not very easily converted to cash, so it's illiquid in that sense. If there's an emergency, then you can't sell, 100 square feet in order to, get that amount that you require. Also, sometimes the property could be vacant, if it's not the one that you're living in and you're depending on the tenant, the rental income to meet your EMI. What about the months that you don't have a tenant? Then, you will have to pay for that EMI. Then there's repairs, there's brokerage costs. Then there's tax on the rental income that you earn also. If the difference is more, then you are paying on the extra amount. So when you consider all these factors, you'll have to make sure that the entire, option is working for you mathematically, in the sense that, are you going to pay the down payment now and the balance, through EMIs, or you are going to just stay on rent and invest the balance amount until your down payment is of a higher level and your rent and your EMI is lower. So I think it's also very advisable to go for a higher down payment and lower rent.
That's an important point. It's an important point. But see, a lot of people have this thought that they're going to buy a property and put it on rent and use the rent to pay the EMI. But the way that you're describing it, the maths just does not add up. And you've explained why that is, because rental yields are 2.5% to 3%, and that's in your big markets. In your smaller markets, it might even be lower than that. Is that the case?
Absolutely, that's definitely the case. So if your rental yield is so low, then it really doesn't make sense. So I would think that it's better for you to just rent the property, because if you're getting a 1.5 crore property, say at 35,000 rupee, rent, and as I mentioned earlier, the balance is saved in the SIP, then you're that much faster in getting into a sort of earning a higher down payment. So then you only have to worry about, say, 10 to 20% that you're going to take the loan for. So I think that's a better way of looking at it, depending on which city you're staying in and what the figures are in your particular geographical area. But save for your, down payment. Make the down payment higher and take the loan for the smaller amount.
Okay.
Now, your next question could be, how do I save?
No, it's actually specifically how do you ring fence that amount, right? Because you have multiple things that you're saving for in the long term, and particularly life after retirement, right? That's a major saving. People are saving for 25 and 30 years beyond retirement now. And so from that perspective, how do you ensure that what you're setting aside for your house is for your house? And is it that, I know a few daredevils out there will say, look, I can live on rent for the rest of my life, but a lot of people will say, look, eventually I need to have my own house.
Absolutely. No, I think most people want to do that. So for that, you have to create the plan. Now, what ring fencing actually means is you're assigning money to a goal and you're investing it according to the timeline. So what you need to do is have a separate fund, for your down payment for the property. It's very important to mix up everything together. Otherwise, you just have one pool, say like an asset creation or a wealth creation pool, and you're dipping into that for your short-term goals, your mid-term goals, and even your long-term goals. So very importantly, have separate funds, do your appropriate asset allocation, and also automate the whole thing. So you don't have to keep on worrying about it or, going through any kind of mental agony. This also leads to discipline, honestly speaking. So what you do is that every rupee should be assigned, to maybe an emergency fund, to the home purchase, to the children's planning, to your own retirement, and also your lifestyle needs, which will be also, you have to plan for that as well. So each goal will have, say, a different timeline, obviously. So if it's a lifestyle goal, it's a holiday that you're planning, it could be, say, 2 years. If it's a home purchase down payment, it could be between 3 to 5 years. If it's your child or your retirement, it could be anything from 7 to 25 years. So if you have put a timeline to the goal and a separate fund assigned to each goal, you won't get, mixed up in your planning itself. Now, at least have different folios, if not different funds, so that mentally you know how you have allocated yourself. And don't keep a common equity fund, because sometimes people do, they just have one fund. And then they're dipping into this and they get very tempted to withdraw at the wrong time. So match your asset allocation. Suppose you're investing for, say, 2 years. Then you keep your money in, say, liquid, short-term, arbitrage kind of a strategy. If it's between 3 to 4 years, maybe an aggressive hybrid, a balanced advantage fund could work. If it's between 5 to 7 years, a 100% equity fund. And if it's more than 7 years, then you can look at certain themes and a combination of a thematic fund or an equity fund. And very importantly, automate all this through SIPs so that, you don't get confused and you don't get tempted to withdraw.
Yeah, and particularly if you've gained long-term capital gains and you intend to utilize that to buy a house, you can utilize the proceeds and you put it in a capital gains account so that you don't pay capital gains tax on it. But Nisreen, absolute pleasure speaking with you as always. Thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Alex. Thank you.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Your Money Matters. Tell us whether you're thinking of buying a house and whether these conversations helped you make up your mind. And do stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बनके खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, celebrating the release of Border 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Judge Around with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Possibilities for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders, 23rd January 2026, Mumbai. This budget, India speaks from every direction, from metros to mandis, from factories to farms. NDTV Profit reports from 36 states and union territories. With our ear to the ground and our pulse to what
2 years ago, when I'd come to the World Economic Forum at Davos, it was in exactly the same place at the Belvedere Hotel where a team from Google had come and met the newly re-elected Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and the conversation was about trying to bring Google to Andhra. And at that time, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu had, and we just did the interview, I don't know whether you remember, we did the interview soon after your meeting. And amongst the first things you said in the interview was, I'm going to bring Google to Vijayawada. And I didn't say it to you, of course. I was thinking to myself, ye kyun aayenge? Why will Google come build something in Vijayawada? So you've been able to pull something off very remarkable. And as is quite rare, turn that talk into action. You must be feeling on top of the world.
I'm very happy for that. This is how we built over a period of time, not only one. Now it is India's time, and all states going to achieve substantially. I am very happy about it. Not only Google, you can go through last 18 months. So much of transformation, either investment, development, everything. Now whole world is talking about India, and also we are attracting our own share.
No, but the interesting thing is, I was reading a Bank of Baroda report which says 1/4 of the investment that's been announced just in the last fiscal is actually coming into Andhra Pradesh from not being an active player in these sectors like IT, like quantum, like AI, like GCC. Suddenly, bigger states like Maharashtra thinking of US competition.
I am very happy for that. Not competition. We are working together. Why should we think as a competitor? India is a big nation. We are all friends, colleagues. Everybody will work together. And ultimately, if any state will win, country will win.
But let me ask you this, Naidu Garu, because I spoke to two other chief ministers. I won't name them because that's not fair. But this was soon after the announcement of your big deal with Google, which is building up a big data center in your state. And they said that CBN is doing something unfair. He's giving land at ridiculously low rates. He's giving power at low rates. This is not the right way to do it because he's building up a huge public debt burden, which he will go after 5 years. That's what they were saying. And others will have to deal with it. This is not the right thing to do.
No, people will say all these things. But ultimately, everything has to be viable. For them, for us also. Now, what we are giving, either what you are saying, our electricity charges, some incentives, and also GST incentives. What they are paying, portion of it I am paying back. I am not giving any money from my exchequer.
No, but land?
Land, I am telling you, Hyderabad, before construction of high-tech city, what is the value of that land? Now Kokapet, present government is selling 175 crores per acre. 15,000 rupees, that land valued at 1995. This is where if you bring some development, some infrastructure, some industry, some economic activity, automatically land value will increase. You are giving X amount of land, one company, nearby that company is coming there, nearby land valuation is increasing, so many people are benefiting out of it. We have to understand economics. This is where I am saying, one should have, Narendra Modi ji, why should he give at that time 1 rupee like that? For Tata. This is a routine business to attract investment and create confidence.
But other chief ministers are not liking it. They're saying that we can't give land like this. It's not correct, it's not appropriate. This is also a scandal. That he's giving land away so cheap. If we do it in our state, you will say that this is a scam. That's the charge that they do.
No, what I am asking you everywhere, if you do transparent way anything, people will accept it. If you do discrimination, then problems will come. This is where I am going with a policy. Even how I brought investment to Hyderabad. This is 1995. So why Microsoft has come? Why all IT companies have come? Today Hyderabad has become a knowledge economy. It is a nerve center. Now, 50
war rules-based order faces a greater threat, a potential rupture, as Mike Carney described it, than at any time in the recent history. I am delighted to be joined at the NDTV studios at the World Economic Forum by one of the sharpest thinkers on what's happening globally at this moment, the president of the World Bank, a man a lot of people in India look at with immense pride. Ajay Banga joins us. Thank you, sir. Sat Sri Akal and welcome.
Thank you, Ram.
It's terrific to have you with us, and I really look forward to this conversation. We'll go across all the different pagdis you wear and try and make sense of what's happening. But I start with something that was just announced, the Board of Peace of which you're an executive member. How do you see this play out? Because everyone's wondering, okay, so President Trump's announced this Board of Peace. He's got people like you on the executive membership. What happens next?
The real thing to think about is not the structure or the Board of Peace or whatever. You should think that's important because you need to get the right political buy-in, which is what he's trying to do by getting political leaders of different countries to either decide to be part of it or not. That's their choice. But that's what he's trying to do. The real thing we're trying to figure out is this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually make a difference in Gaza and Palestine, in a region that has been disturbed for a long time? And if you add up the full Arab world together, there's 1 billion people living there. And Gaza has always been the Middle East, that Israel-Palestine issue has festered. Is this a chance to make a difference? You have a historic peace deal after 2.5 years of trauma for everyone, starting with the attacks that happened on Israel and then the war that happened after that. Deaths everywhere, hostages, you've seen the images. So I think the real issue is, can you turn the page? And can you come to a stage where Hamas actually disarms? That's the political side of this. But then once it's disarmed, can you create the opportunity for recreation, reconstruction, create a new life for these Palestinians and therefore for the region around them? That's what I think about. The politics of this, I'm not into.
Let's leave the politics aside. Just in terms of governance architecture, there's a certain post-Second World War governance architecture. The World Bank and several other institutes were one way of looking at it. The other is that the United Nations, for example, now dysfunctional. So a new setup and architecture being created. Do you think it can effectively work?
This is an alternative to the UN. In fact, I think the president today was very clear to say 2 or 3 times, we're going to work with the UN on this. He said something that he said in the UN GA when I was sitting there in his opening speech. He said the UN is deeply relevant. It has huge potential, but is it living up to its potential? That's his view and the view that many share on that topic. What I try and do is focus on what we are doing, right? At the end of the day, we're working not just with the US, but in this case with Europeans, with the Middle East, the Saudis, the Qataris, the Turks, to try and find a way of, can we be helpful in this process? But 2 years back, I created a panel on Gaza. I got Israelis, Palestinians, Europeans, Americans, Egyptians, Jordanians, experts in different fields, from politics to economics to business people, to become part of a panel to tell me, yeah, if there is a chance of peace, when that peace happens, what should the World Bank do in the first 6 months, 1 year, and then in the next 5 years? Because if you start thinking about it that time, it's too late. So we got this group together. They prepared a report that I shared with all my countries that are members, EU and the US included, and the Middle East, and including with people like Jared. And when they began to work on this idea, portions of that plan are useful. It's broken into 4 parts. Urban renewal and reconstruction. Obviously, you probably saw Jared's slide with the amount of rubble and unexploded ordnance and the work there. But then there's the aspect of bringing back people, the diaspora, as well as the people who have been there and need to be reskilled and given a chance to succeed. Then what role could the private sector play, and how will they be brought in, the banking system and the insurance system? And then how do you connect Palestine and Gaza to its neighbors? And you heard the announcement of the Rafah crossing reopening, but that's symbolic. At the end of the day, the connection I'm talking about is a real trade and digital connection between Palestine and its neighbors, including Israel and Egypt and the Saudis and the Gulf.
The World Bank.
That's the kind of work we brought out. I think
help with that. The World Bank exists in a certain context where there's a rules-based order. What are you making of everything that's happened this past week and over the last several months in terms of tariff being used as a principal economic lever to influence policy?
Remember, we don't get involved with trade in that sense. We get involved with helping countries be competitive for trade. But the tools of trade, the WTO is a whole other organization. You'll get a much better thoughtful response to tariffs from Ngozi than you will from me. My view is very simple. My view is that actually, if you think about trade over the last 20 years, and if you bear with me for 2 minutes, I'll give you some interesting facts, which most people don't think about. In the last 20 years, global trade has quadrupled. The emerging markets, which is the countries we are interested in discussing, have actually gone from 20% of that to 40%. So their share has doubled while the trade has quadrupled, meaning the emerging markets are no longer a passenger. They are an integral part of the trade ecosystem. The second is regional and bilateral deals. India has a number of them, but many countries have them. In the same 20 years, they've gone from 135 roughly to 350 roughly, almost 3 times. In the last 10 years, 10 have been signed. 100 have been signed in the last 10 years. So if you think about it, the idea of not just relying on global trade, but also doing regional and bilateral deals has become important. Third factor, the opportunity for trade within a region is not understood properly. In Africa, intra-regional trade in Africa is only 15% of their trade. In South Asia, it's under 10. You know what it is in East and Southeast Asia? 50+%. I'm not talking about Europe, which is a combination. This is ASEAN. And so I think the opportunity for a lot of countries is to think about trade differently and to think about reducing your own tariffs, because a lot of the emerging markets actually have tariffs as well, and including India, but other countries too. And then the second part is, can you reduce your non-tariff barriers? You know, simplification of trade, digitization of trade, reducing border challenges, things of that nature. And then the third part of that is, if you do those two things well, can you also encourage competitiveness and investment in the right industries for your future? And I think India has done pretty well on a number of these, but the topic of trade, I view from a different lens. I view from the fact that the emerging markets are now integral in trade, and you shouldn't allow yourself to get distracted by one discussion on tariffs here, which changes tomorrow. Think about what you can do in that environment to make your country prosper in this trade ecosystem.
You've been thinking a lot about...
That's a different way
of course, completely. Very interesting way of looking at it. You've been thinking and speaking a lot about artificial intelligence and its impact on different things, and what I'm concerned about is your thoughts and the World Bank's thoughts on displacement, job losses, and trying to mitigate against that.
Now, if you don't mind, I've got that and one more aspect to it. They're interconnected.
Sure.
So most people in Davos are discussing artificial intelligence from the perspective of large language models, generative AI, the next process of that. Nothing wrong with that. I have spent the last couple of days listening to people in that, and a number of my friends are involved. The issue with that is, what do you need to do that? You need computing power, lots of it. You need electricity, lots of it. You need data in its simplest form, kept with privacy, with national security in mind, lots of it. And then you need people who know how to manage that. I would argue that outside of the developed world, other than maybe India, and I consider China to be more developed than not, other than maybe India, there are very few other countries that have that combination. And even India will have challenges with the power, right? So when you think about this carefully, you cannot have an AI system that is built only with large Western companies controlling this process. First of all, I doubt all countries will share their data globally in an open form. At some point, it becomes a form of, India has its own data protection rules. Many countries do data localization on all
now
that.
Data sovereignty is the...
I complete. Data is the new oil, as I said some years back, in Saudi Arabia, which is actually an interesting place to say it. But the other part of AI is small AI. Let's think of this as big AI. Now let's talk about small AI. Small AI is different. Small AI is what I saw in Uttar Pradesh, when I went to see with the Chief Minister, with Yogi ji, and I went to meet him actually with colleagues of mine, and we were looking at these farmers' cooperatives, and they were using a platform built for us by Google, connecting all these women with better seeds, better fertilizer, better water, crop insurance, that kind of thing. And these illiterate farming women were able to understand, point the phone at a leaf, don't know what the illness on the leaf is, but that insecticide will kill it. And I can buy it from my cooperative for 100 rupees. That's small AI, locally delivered at the edge on your phone with local compute. You can do it for healthcare. You can do it for education. My view is that if you only discuss AI in terms of big AI, we will lose the hearts and minds of the emerging markets, for whom actually small AI is a productivity enhancer today with no negative job consequences, only positive. See what I mean?
Sure.
So this connects to the way you asked your question. Job displacement. Big AI in the Western world, as people are quite concerned, will first impact services jobs, white-collar jobs. And that could indeed, there's no evidence till today that it has actually led to layoffs. But there is a lot of evidence that the hiring process has slowed. So you could argue that is the harbinger of a bigger challenge. Don't know. Maybe it is. But that's not the case for you. Or that's not the case for an emerging market. So I think the emerging market should view AI as a real opportunity for leapfrogging in terms of small AI. It is not an opportunity if you only think of it in terms of big AI, because I don't think you have the assets in the emerging markets, India exceptionally, that's separate. But most countries don't have the assets to play that game the way they would need to.
You know, when we last spoke,
That's what I've been
you
talking
just
about.
got started in your new avatar. We've seen you in your corporate avatar previously. The World Bank is a legacy organization. To what extent do you think so far you've been able to live up to your own agenda of trying to reinvigorate, energize, and make this a World Bank that's relevant for the current moment, especially given all the uncertainty that's now being thrown in the way the world is organized?
So it's an interesting thing, but to answer the second part first, over the last 2.5 years, the two topics we talked about all the time were the importance of private capital in the role of growth and development. You cannot rely on public capital to grow. You need the private capital. Why do you need it? It's capital. But you need the ingenuity, the technology, the innovation of the private sector. You know that. You're a private sector guy. I'm a former private sector guy. Sure. Governments enable, but they don't create jobs. The jobs are created. Even in the most successful economies, 80 to 90% of jobs are created by micro and small and medium enterprises, most of which are privately owned. So that's one big topic I've been pushing, hence the topic of private capital mobilization from regulatory policy and certainty all the way to more lending in local currency, to risk guarantees, to originate to distribute and securitization models. Yes, up. The second topic we've been talking about is jobs. And where I've come from there is that the emerging markets have a huge demographic bulge coming through them. India is gifted of that too, currently. It will change in the next 15, 20 years. But today, India has a demographic boom coming through its profile. If you add it up for the emerging markets as a whole, 1.2 billion young people are going to become eligible for a job, meaning age of 18, in the next 12 to 15 years. So 15 salon mein, everything changes. Almost the population of India will enter the workforce in these 15 years across the world, in the emerging markets. Those same countries are today forecast to only generate 400 million jobs. Now, forecasts are notoriously wrong. AI could change everything, depending on what kind of AI you feel. But they're not wrong by 800 million.
Sure.
That gap, that's a huge gap. And now let's take the opportunity. The opportunity is if you create these jobs, you get a generation that powers the future of the world for the next 40 years. Because it's a consuming marketplace, they're productively employed, they've got hope and optimism, right? It's like a whole thing. It's what my generation was lucky to get. And if you look at India, when it began to open up, our lives changed completely. My own life changed. I would not be lucky enough to doing what I'm doing. I'm not even educated outside of India. It doesn't matter any longer. That happened because India changed. And that same change and that optimism for young people is what I'm focused on. That means you have to create those jobs. I've been discussing that, and if you get into more detail, I can give you what I think we can do.
No, so let's do that, because so many people look at you with so much pride. Before I wrap up, I want you to talk about what you think is going right with India at the moment. Its economics, its growth. What do you think is going wrong? What more would you like to
say? The growth is amazing. As you know, in the last couple of years, the world economy has outperformed what everybody expected. One of those is clearly the US has outperformed. Number of factors for that, including the AI investment, but also I think global supply chains were much more resilient than the tariff story. Back to my tariff point, which is why you've noticed I said, don't think of it that way, think of it another way. Global supply chains turned out to be more resilient than people thought. And therefore the US stock market, the US investment situation is actually pretty good. Now, China and India have also outperformed India is clearly a market growing at 7.5 to 8%. I mean, honestly, nobody thought that 2 to 3 years ago. And that's pretty good in this environment. So China is doing a little under 5. Again, no one thought that would be possible in this environment. So these three kinds of large places have driven a lot of growth. However, there is also another aspect, which is that in a number of economies post-COVID, in the emerging markets, almost a fourth of them are today at 10% below the per capita GDP of pre-COVID. That, Rahul, is the two-speed issue that we've got to keep in mind, right? And I think that two-speed issue applies in a country as diverse as India. It also applies across parts of India, but India on the whole is in the right side of that, while other countries have bigger challenges there. So economic growth, to me, you guys are doing well. I think what you have to think about...
You guys or we guys?
Yeah, I'm now an American citizen of Indian origin.
Dil to aapka kahan pe?
Dil to yahi hai in many places. I have multiple dils. Now I'm a global multilateralist. So everybody asks me, tera dil kahan hai? And I say, jam hai, wahan pe dil lo. Aaj dil Switzerland mein hai. Kal dil Bhubaneswar mein hoga. You know, that kind of thing. So I think you've done very well, all the jokes aside.
What do you think is not
Well, I
going?
think what you can do more, and we've got a very interesting country partnership framework. The way we work with the country is called that. We've got a new one being drawn up with the help of the Finance Ministry and with the PM's active involvement. I'm going to try and discuss it with him when I'm in Delhi. Hopefully we can get it out of our board by then. And there are three main focus areas. Rural prosperity, because I think it's really important to not rely on urbanization as the only engine of economic growth. I think getting small farmers in India to be proud of who they are and get them a chance to get access to productivity and scale through the cooperative system. People made a lot of my statement when I launched our agri-tech effort of the success of Anand and Amul. I grew up in that era. Sure. I saw Amul transform India from a desperately milk-short country to one of the largest milk producers in the world. I saw in that the power of working together in a good way, in a commercial way, not in a monopolistic way. And I think there is a story there, which is the same story I saw in UP with Yogi Ji and in other such places. I'm going to see it in Bhubaneswar when I'm there in a few days. It is a story not just of one or two places. I think that getting rural prosperity right is another big injection of growth for India. The second one is what is going on in the urban areas can be done even better. Better urban planning, as you know, cleaner air, water, municipal financing. These are all good things. I was meeting with the Chief Minister of Maharashtra here. I told him Maharashtra is gifted with 4 or 5 cities that are actually profitable enterprises in their own right. Mumbai, obviously, everybody knows. But Nagpur, Chinchwad, these are all Nasik. So is there something that we could do, which our expertise in municipal financing, to enable these municipalities to access bond markets, reduce reliance on public money, increase reliance on private money, and drive a multiple change in the way these cities can grow for the future? Then the state can put its resources on those cities that are not as well off as these 4 or 5. So you kind of divert your attention in that form. So to me, urban regeneration done the right way is another good opportunity. What you've done is fantastic. What you could do is the next leg.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
shaky footage, guys. Good news for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का।
Well, the deal is going to be put out pretty soon, and we'll see. It's right now a little bit in progress, but pretty far along. It gets us everything we needed to get.
And on the back of that line by Donald Trump, the American president, today Davos is talking less about unbridled ambition. It's talking more about who blinked first. And it seems like it is Trump. Good evening. Welcome to The Big Question on NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza. Just days after escalating tensions over Greenland, President Donald Trump has pulled back. He did that in Davos. In his speech, he's ruled out military force. He's shelving tariff threats against Europe. And he's unveiling what he now calls an Arctic security framework. This has happened after talks with NATO. Now, is this a tactical retreat? Is this a calculated reset by Trump? That's definitely one question. Because this climb down did not happen in isolation. It came hours after the European Parliament suspended work on that very key US-EU trade deal. And this happened weeks after European leaders refused to yield to what many described as tariff-driven pressure politics. Or in one word, many were calling it that, bullying. Europe, it seems, has said no. It's a strong pushback from the European leaders. And it seems Trump has blinked. NATO chief Mark Rutte has praised that move. He's calling it a step towards addressing American security concerns in the Arctic, but within clearly defined red lines. And while Germany's Friedrich Merz has endorsed Trump's move, he is still maintaining that force is unacceptable. Listen to what both leaders have said after Trump's retreat on Greenland in Davos.
President Trump is the one who broke the deadlock with Putin, started to negotiate, which was crucial because he was the only one who was able to do that from his position when he came into office in January. And he is pushing with Steve Witkoff, with Jared Kushner, with Marco Rubio, endlessly, of course with help from many Europeans, Jonathan Power, I see here, and so many others in this room, working day in, day out to get the Ukraine issue solved, to get the war brought to an end, a sustainable end, where Russia will never ever try to attack again.
I welcome President Trump's remarks from last night. This is the right way to go. This is the right way because any threat to acquire European territory by force would be unacceptable.
So you're seeing it in what they are saying. They are more accepting, more welcoming of Trump's chain stance, but yet there is a warning in what they are saying. So the question is, has coordinated European pushback finally worked with Trump? Has Trump realized as well on his part that the Americans cannot afford to risk a trade rupture with its largest economic partner, which is Europe, and this at a time when America is competing with China? So that's the second part of the question. Now let's bring India into the picture. As Trump is recalibrating with Europe, Brussels is moving faster with New Delhi.
The India-EU Free Trade Agreement, that FTA, the so-called mother of all deals, is on the cusp of completion, is what we're hearing. Leaders are landing in Delhi next week, and they are going to seal this, is what we're getting from media reports. In fact, a 2 billion consumer market is what we're talking about, which is nearly a quarter of global GDP. So there you have Europe, which is courting America as far as that FTA is concerned. That was the thing in the past, but right now they put it on hold and put that pressure on America. At the same time, Europe is gunning for India and a trade deal. How quickly it will happen? Very close. It could be next week. What are the Americans saying to this? Well, Donald Trump was asked on the sidelines at Davos after that speech, and he said Modi is a close friend and he's hoping that a good deal will come through with India. So yes, the Americans seem to be courting India as well. How far they'll go? Well, the statements coming through from the American ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, is a telling sign as well in recent times, and he is trusted as an aide by Trump. To be able to get this deal going is going to be an important piece. So how exactly is this going to play out now? Now that Europe has said no to Trump, Trump has blinked, at least so far. We don't know the exact reasons. But now, as far as deals for India are concerned, one with Europe, another in the making with America, are we close to a good deal? Can we get a good deal now that these geopolitics issues are now facing us the way they are? Let's discuss this in a debate, and let me introduce you to our panel on this. Well, to discuss this threadbare, let's have the panel. Former Ambassador Dr. Deepak Vohra is joining us. He's along with Monish Thorengbaum. He is fellow at Chintan Research Foundation, CRF. And Mazen Salab is also with us, head of market research at MH Markets in Dubai. Great to have you, gentlemen. So, Dr. Deepak Vohra, if I can ask you, Trump is ruling out military action on Greenland. He's pausing tariffs on 8 European nations. He's unveiling an Arctic framework. You think this is a real climb down by Trump, or do you think he's just changing tactics?
Well, thank you very much, sir. Always be a pleasure to be with you on your channel. I've just heard your brilliant exposition. Of course, my 2 other colleagues, welcome to them. I'm far away from the nation's capital, but I've been following what's going on. Let me just tell you, sir, he wants Greenland, he'll take Greenland. Whether you call it a Greenland framework agreement, whether you call it a security agreement, give it any name you want, paint it any color you want. He's going to position American troops there. He's going to take control. That's his style. And the Europeans better understand that all this nonsense about we've got a deal and he's blinked, he's not blinked at all. He's not in the habit of blinking. He has struck down those tariffs. Yes, that is true. But that's because he wants to tell these guys, let's find this agreement, which is going to be Arctic security, and I'm going to be the king of that agreement. Let me also tell you something else, sir, although it's not directly related to what we are discussing. The European Union chaps are coming, those 2 fellows, the lady and the fellow are coming here, European Commission, European Council, for the mother of all trade deals as they talk about it. And they're also going to sign an India-EU defense strategic partnership. And this lady who announced it, sir, please listen to what I'm saying. The lady who announced it, I think her name is Kaja Kallas. She used to be president or prime minister of Estonia for a little while. These tiny fellows who are in the EU tend to be the most abrasive. And what does she say? That this deal, which focuses on maritime security, cyber security, and counterterrorism, is important. It's an existential issue for the survival of the European Union because of India's resilience. This same woman in September last year was blasting us for participating in those military exercises with Belarus and Russia, saying Brussels uses a carrot and stick policy with Delhi. What do they think? We are school children? That you use a carrot and stick policy, sir.
Why do you think the stance has changed? Why do you think that stance has changed?
Because a very good question. Why? Because they have lost America. America said, go fly a kite. Go join the International Kite Flying Festival in
But don't
India.
the Americans need the Europeans? That trade deal is an important one for America too, don't you think? They're the largest trade partners.
The Europeans need America much more for their security. Sir, there is this board of pieces. What is that thing in Gaza called? Which Mr. Trump is promoting, President Trump, some peace, something like that. And what has Vladimir Putin said? All right, I'll give you $1 billion, but take it from my frozen funds in the United States. And if that is done, this entire business of the Europeans, we'll use the money for this, we'll use the money for that, whatever $300 billion, whatever they are frozen, it goes out the window. Putin is a past master at this kind of thing, just as Donald Trump is. So Europe is now neither idhar ka nor udhar ka. They don't really know what to do. Do you think Trump is going to honor this and allow Greenland to retain its autonomy? No, sir. He wants it, he'll get it. I rest my case.
Monish Thorangbam, what do you make of what Ambassador is saying over here? He's saying that these are tactics that are at play, whether it's on the Russian side, whether we're talking about the Board of Peace, or we're talking about the tariff pressure that was built on Europe. But Europe this time has refused to buckle, even suspending work on that trade deal between the Americans and the Europeans. So this entire episode, does it show that coordinated pushback actually is working against Trump?
Thank you, Bikram, for having me. I think, I might sound a little different from what Ambassador Bharat has said, but I feel that, the things that have happened, this game of chicken or who blinks first and who blinks next, has been a part and parcel of the tariff games and other things that have taken place in the last 1 year or two. This has happened with between US and China as well. So I think, at the end, it's really a question about how power symmetry and asymmetry works in this negotiation. Who negotiates from a position of strength and weakness, and how that shifts so rapidly. I think at one point, this is a signal of how, despite unrivaled power, both at the economic and military level, there could always be limits to the exercise of power in the international system, whether it comes from the EU, whether it comes from India as well, and whether it comes from China. I think, we have to wait and watch as to how Trump's, what they are calling as the staircase model of negotiation really works out, in terms of the kind of push and pull that is going ahead. So I think it's a phase, it's a moment to sort of see in terms of how each party is moving ahead and going back and forth into this. And I feel we have to wait and watch as to how each party is going to sort of leverage in this moment of both risks and opportunity that is presented before us.
Like you said, this is push and pull. Mazen Salah, from the position that you are and you're watching the markets, how are you reading this? Because this is an important development for the markets as well. Washington, can it really afford this full-blown trade fight with the European Union? Which is why perhaps we are seeing a rollback on that kind of aggression that Trump was showing.
Thank you for having me today. I think the markets have already given a message to Mr. Trump 2 days before, when the stock market in America and the global indices fell sharply by more than 2%. So it was a message to Mr. Trump that, Mr. Trump, we may like what you're doing in terms of politics for America, but we don't like the political chaos. So it was a real message. And I think it was mainly barked in this kind of a change. And Mr. Trump told that he does not want to make a direct fight. But again, as Dr. Dibak said, the fight is not yet over. And what Mr. Trump, I think, has done, he just changed the tactics. So I think that the markets right now have not yet priced the full risk in terms of geopolitics. And what's happening right now, we can see that there's a kind of shifting in the world order. And this kind of shifting in the world order is not going to be immediate or quick. Because in this problem the global leaders are facing right now, Europe is the weak geography here, and Europe proved to global leaders that it is not in the position of leadership. And now the leadership is not only by America, but America wants more partners, including India. So I think India will be a very, let's say, winner in this game in terms of politics and in terms of economics. So yes, the markets are okay today, but I don't think that the markets really realize the full risk until now, because we have to know what exactly the details of the agreement between EU leaders and America. And at the same time, we need to know how does Mr. Trump will approach again, new trade deals with the Europeans. Now, he's not going to impose tariffs on 8 European countries, which is okay. But I think the tariffs were always a tactic used by Mr. Trump. It was not the goal by Mr. Trump. It was just only the way.
So if it wasn't the goal,
sit at the table.
You're saying this was a tactic, Ambassador Vora. What do you think Trump is going to do next? Already he's called Denmark ungrateful. He's hinting at a future golden dome for Greenland. If you're saying that Europe is not in a solid position, and Mazen Salab seems to hold that view as well, and that's what the markets are indicating as well, then what is Trump's next tactic going to be? Is this a pause, or are we seeing some amount of predictability, at least in the way that he's acting?
So he is predictably unpredictable. He likes to create that impression that you never know what I'm going to do next. But he wants Greenland, he'd take it. He wanted Venezuela, he took it. He brought 2 illegal immigrants from Venezuela. The president and his wife put them in jail. What did the world do? Bad boy, bad boy. Europe just shut up. Europe kept quiet. Did any European issue a statement? Thank you very much. And now when Europe is under attack, they all get, oh, what's happening? Remember, sir, what my foreign minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the best in the universe, had said? Europe thinks that its problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not its problems. America has got the message loud and clear. Europe is divided hopelessly. Europe has no military strength. Europe's economic strength is also declining, and there is a clash between the big boys and the little fellows. He's going to take advantage. This agreement, this deal that he's signing on Greenland, which is Arctic security, he's doing everything in the name of security. Venezuela was in the name of security. Gaza is in the name of security. Iran is in the name of security. He's doing all this, sir. He is going to have an agreement on Arctic security with America as the kingpin, sir. Have no doubt about that.
And where does this place India? Because Mr. Salab has also brought in how this places India, which is, of course, trying to get a trade deal with Europe, and this could happen next week. And the American deal is in the balance, and it has been for a while, and there has been so much push and pull. Where does this place India if this is going to be an ongoing conflict that we haven't seen the end of?
So we are going to get our deal with the European Union. They can't do without us. That woman who had threatened us with all kinds of things now says that India's resilience is an existential support for the European Union. Suddenly changed her tune totally from hectoring us to mollycoddling us, to doing puch, 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 I love you kind of thing. As far as the trade deal with the US is concerned, of course the US wants it. China, forget about it. Russia, forget about it. European Union doesn't have the money. I am the market, sir. They are coming to.
So is this the market, or are there other reasons why they are seeking this trade deal with India?
Sir, isn't Donald Trump a businessman? He wants the market. He talks of a deal. Everything is a deal. He has lunch, it's a deal. He goes out to play golf, it's a deal. Remember, was it in July last year? I'm sure my colleagues will remember. We had that Turnbull golf course in Scotland with Trump owns. He signed a deal with this lady, whatever her name is, the president of the European Commission. It unraveled within a few weeks. The whole thing was, we'll do this, we'll do that. Everybody came and said, oh, brilliant, brilliant. We've all managed to subdue Trump. No, you can't do it. He does what he wants, and he'll continue to do what he wants.
So in your understanding then, Monish Thurangbam, who needs a trade deal more with India right now? Is it Europe or is it the US?
Both.
I agree with both needs a trade deal with India. And, in many of the Western publications, India has often been pictured and brought out as some kind of a swing state, but I don't buy that argument to a large extent. India is very much positioned in its place where it should be. It knows its economic as well as security interests in the Indo-Pacific as well. And I think it is in interest of both the United States and the EU as well to, engage in negotiating new terms of engagement with India. And I think India will do so from the vantage point of our own interests as to what serves our interests. And I think that's the lens through which our country will see both these arrangements. And I think there is astuteness, despite all the bravado and despite all the dramatics, there is astuteness in both European Union as well as in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
As to how important the Indian market and Indian partnership is for both of them.
Ambassador Vora, you agree with that? That both of them need us equally right now? The Indian market is going to be very essential to them. Like you mentioned, Trump is always seeking a good business deal. But for the Europeans as well, it is a lot about survival at this stage. And like you're pointing out, they've changed their stance very dramatically. But in terms of priority for them to be able to crack this deal, who ranks India higher and why? Is it just the market or is there more to this?
Well, Donald Trump calls Prime Minister Modi his great friend. He's a great guy. We are going to have a great deal. The European Union says the mother of all deals. They've all changed their position, sir. They think they can flatter us. They don't know we are the children of Chanakya. We don't get flattered by this kind of nonsense that they talk about. Both of them need us. European Union, sir, please do a count. 26 countries or 27, whatever. How many of them produce motor cars? You'll see. Where are they going to sell those motor cars? United States won't buy them. European is a limited market. China says get lost. Russia says don't even talk to me. That leaves me, sir. They want to sell their stuff to me. And I'm not going to be taken in so easily, sir. We have our own industry to protect. We have our farm sector. We have a dairy sector. We will sign the deal. The deal is coming very close to conclusion. There are one or two issues my colleagues in the ministry tell me. Those will be sorted out.
But Ambassador, the easy question for investors would be, why don't we have a deal just yet? Why is there so much delay in cracking the deal? If the Americans want us so badly, then why haven't we signed this deal?
Because Trump has some very stupid advisors. They don't understand international geoeconomics. Forget about geopolitics. They've been talking about there's some Bizarro fellow, some Peter Bizarro or something like that is his name, who kept saying we are a laundromat. India is a laundromat for Russian oil money. What kind of nonsense? He shut up now. He was told to shut up. They want the deal, sir. But they have painted themselves into a corner, and we have got what we wanted. I believe that this deal is going, again, I keep using the word deal. This agreement is going to help both countries, probably help America more than it will for us. We have signed several ETAs, FTAs, free trade agreements, comprehensive partnership, this, that, and the other. We are still assessing whether they have been beneficial to us or harmful to us. But as far as we are concerned, we have experience. And I think what we are going to sign with both sides, EU and the United States, will be in our favor, sir.
Mazen Salab, you mentioned very clearly that markets are sending out very clear signals to Trump. On the back of that tariff pause as well, the markets reacted pretty positively. What is the expectation of the market right now with the tariffs and the kind of deals that America is about to strike?
That's a very good question, because 2025 proved to everyone that, yes, the global economy can grow quickly and they can avoid the consequences of tariffs. That's what we have seen in 2025. And I think if everything goes well, and if we are going to have a good trade deals between America and Europe and America and India, then I think the stock market globally, even in India and even in Europe, are going to have another good year in 2026. As I said, the underlying risks are not yet over. And I think I agree with Dr. Dibak, because like right now, Trump is a trade. I mean, he is a man of deals. And I think the Indian story is not yet started. I still think that India booming is not yet started. We are just still in the early beginning. So India is going to have a long way for growth actually in the coming years. So the thing is, yes, we are fine right now with central banks are going to cut rates in 2026. So I think we're going to have more liquidity, cheaper liquidity to the market. This is going to help again. The only thing that matters to the market will be the geopolitical risk. And if the global leaders right now can avoid it, then I think we're going to have another maybe positive year 2026 to avoid the mistakes by the monetary policy by the central banks mainly in the second half of this year.
Right, but Mazen, India's trade numbers showing that $41 billion surplus with the Americans and $25.8 billion with the EU. So when you talk about leverage and the standpoint over there, same question to you. Who needs India more right now? What do you say?
I think both of them, they need India. But I think right now, European Union needs India more than America. They are in a hurry more than America, simply because Europe is the weak part of this game. It's not. Donald Trump is an outsider. And as Dr. Dibak said, you cannot predict what he is going to do because he's an outsider in politics and he's a man of deeds. So yes, America needs India absolutely for political reasons and for economical reasons. But I think Europe needs more because Europe right now is still facing a very ongoing tough war with Russia, and they don't have money actually. The money is not with the European Union right now. The money is in America, India, China. So all these countries have money, but Europe is, since it's the weakest spot right now, I think Europe will be in hurry, considering the last political clash with America, which makes Europe more vulnerable to global order. I think they will be in hurry more to have sign a deal with India rather than or faster than America.
Talking about the world order, Ambassador, Europe is still defending institutions like the UN, like the WTO, like NATO. Trump, on the other hand, prefers the one-on-one deals, the transactions. So is Europe trying to fight and save the old system, or do you think they'll have to quietly adapt to Trump's rules?
As we say, their strength has gone, their money has gone, their arrogance has not gone. You are trying to defend a system that is outdated, institutions of a bygone era for bygone ideas. This UN Secretary General, that doddering old fellow, he has said this. It's an 80-year-old institution. Which 80-year-old thing, sir, do you have in your house? Don't look at me, I'm 74, that you still find useful. You don't. We have to get rid of it. But Europe, which participated in the creation of institutions like the United Nations, Bretton Woods, etc., to preserve their hegemony over the world, till America said, sorry, we are going to focus on decolonization. That's the issue. All this about save succeeding generations from the scourge of war is utter nonsense. Over 100 kinetic wars are taking place today. The UN has failed miserably, sir. The European Union is trying to keep it going in the belief that they still have some influence on world affairs. They don't, sir.
Monish, yes, taking away from the point that Ambassador is making, this Greenland episode is fitting Trump's idea of a board of peace. Power first and then deals. Are we watching that old global order giving way to the kind that is driven by tariffs and bilateral pressure?
I think, we are at the very tipping point of that transition that we have been talking about for so long, right? Yes. In the geopolitics, geoeconomics, and also technological transition. And I think India has been at the very forefront of asking for reforms in global institutions and multilateral institutions that had run out its time and that was no longer relevant in the present circumstances. I think what we can probably hope for is that in this moment of crisis of multilateralism and all the risks that we are seeing, there is some hope, a silver lining for a new system to emerge. There will be a lot of pain before the gain. And I think there will be a lot of storm before we see some kind of stabilization. But in that, I think we should brace ourselves, tighten our belts, and see our opportunities in terms of reshaping and playing a much more important role in terms of the new world order that is surely to come in the times to come. But there will be a storm before it settles down.
Well, it certainly seems like India is emerging as this swing power in a more transactional, in a multipolar world. And we'll have to see exactly how that plays out and how India seizes that opportunity. But Trump may not have changed. The world is adapting right now, at least. Europe is pushing back. Washington has recalibrated, like we're hearing. Economics, yes, but not emotion. Now, we're talking about limits getting set over here, but Greenland may be off the table, at least for the moment, but the uncertainty is certainly not, like, again, is being pointed out in this discussion. What is clearer is India's position, negotiating with Europe for certainty, engaging the US for scale, and doing both from this position of growing leverage. Whether India wins big on both deals remains to be seen, but in a more transactional world, the ability to balance power, that may be the biggest win of all. My thanks to my excellent panel, Monish Thurungbam, Dr. Deepak Vora, Mazen Salhab. Thank you for joining us with your insights.
Thank you.
Very important to have this discussion. And thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
And that's the big question tonight. Of course, there are more developments that we'll keep you abreast of, but the big questions will keep rising and we'll keep trying to find the answers. For the moment, from me, Vikram Oza, and the entire team, thank you for joining us. Good evening.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बनके खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपके गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल, हर इंजन का सोल्जर, celebrating the release of Border 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Possibilities for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying.
It's been a really busy World Economic Forum this time around in Davos, Switzerland, for all sorts of reasons, not least of all because of the concerns between the United States and Europe. But apart from that, the World Economic Forum looks at several issues. We look at education, we look at health, we look at artificial intelligence, and we look at the state of the world's economy. We've got a wonderful guest with us. Kristalina Georgieva is the MD of the International Monetary Fund, and we are delighted, ma'am, to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
AI is something that has been a source of conversation here for quite some time. And I noticed that there was some mild differences, if you can call it that, between what you had suggested India was as an AI power and what the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to up to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes. And I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's been quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
You're correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
Welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening. And we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint.
What was that exchange?
Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms
international platforms have failed, maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for a logistics business, for a real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on capex, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
We're currently in the Maharashtra pavilion and I've got with me the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, जिन्होंने यहाँ पे साइनिंग की छड़ी लगाई. जब भी मैं आता हूँ आप किसी के साथ हाथ मिला रहे होते हो, कोई ना कोई MOU साइन हो रहे. जब से आप डावोस आए अब तक कितनी MOU साइन किया आपने?
मुझे अभी पूरा उसका आंकड़ा तो याद नहीं है, पर ऑलमोस्ट 85 MOUs हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर किए हैं और बहुत डाइवर्स फील्ड में किए हुए हैं और कुछ बहुत सुंदर स्ट्रैटेजिक MOUs हमने किए हैं जिसका बहुत लॉन्ग लास्टिंग इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है. तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सक्सेसफुल हमारा ये सारा टूर रहा है.
मुझे लग रहा है बहुत देर से अंदर ही इस कमरे के अंदर हो. आओ थोड़ा सा डावोस की हवा खा के आते हैं. मुंबई में भी आजकल थोड़ा सा कंस्ट्रक्शन के चक्कर में पोल्यूशन है, लेकिन आपके हिसाब से हाईलाइट क्या रही आपकी जो डावोस में आप आए हो, आपका ये डेलीगेशन लेके आए हो? व्हाट डू यू कंसीडर एज द बिगेस्ट हाईलाइट? हाँ,
बहुत ठंडी है.
अच्छा, वो जैकेट भी देखिए. रुकिए, जैकेट भी देखिए. जैकेट पे भी लिखा है बॉस, तो मतलब जैकेट को भी पता है कि महाराष्ट्र का बॉस कौन है. अच्छा बताइए, आपकी अब तक की डावोस की हाईलाइट आप किस चीज को मान रहे हो?
देखिए, मैं 2-3 चीज़ों को हाईलाइट मान रहा हूँ. विशेष रूप से कल हम लोगों ने एक यहाँ पर तीसरी मुंबई की फर्स्ट स्मार्ट सिटी को हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया है और इसमें रायगढ़ पेंट करके ये स्मार्ट सिटी होगी. और ये जो स्मार्ट सिटी है ये एक नया बिजनेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट है. आप समझ लीजिए कि पिछले कई सालों से मुंबई को जिस प्रकार से BKC ने एक नई ऊंचाई दी है, अब ये समझ लीजिए कि एक नया BKC तैयार हो रहा है. और ये जो रायगढ़ पेंट स्मार्ट सिटी है ये इस प्रकार से हम डिज़ाइन कर रहे हैं कि जिसमें मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि न्यू एज इस प्रकार के बिजनेसेस आएंगे, वॉक टू वर्क वाले रहेंगे, न्यू एज मोबिलिटी इसमें होगी और कल जब हमने लॉन्च किया तो जगह, एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस, सारी चीज़ें हमने कर ली है, उसके बाद उसको लॉन्च किया है। और ये पहला एक ऐसा मॉडल है कि जिसमें पीपीपी में हमारा एक प्रकार से लैंड भी प्राइवेट पार्टी ला रही है। सो लैंड इज़ ऑल्सो कमिंग फ्रॉम द प्राइवेट पार्टी, और MMRDA इसमें पार्टनर है। और कल इसमें USA, सिंगापुर, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, नीदरलैंड्स और UAE ऐसे 5 देशों से 1 लाख करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट आई है, ये 5 देशों से। तो बिल्कुल ये एक नया शहर जो हमने तीसरी मुंबई का एक ये पहला शहर है। दूसरा, आपको याद होगा कि हमने पिछले डावोस में एक कॉन्सेप्ट फ्लोट किया था, इनोवेशन सिटी, क्योंकि हम लोग जानते हैं कि अब हम लोग 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी पे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन 5 ट्रिलियन के बाद हम लोग इस स्पीड से आगे नहीं बढ़ना चाहते। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी 5 ट्रिलियन से 10 ट्रिलियन, 10 से 20 ट्रिलियन जाना चाहते हैं, और उसके लिए आज की जो हमारी बिजनेस की पद्धति है उससे हम नहीं जा पाएंगे। उसके लिए हमको इनोवेशन लगेगा। इनोवेशन इज़ अ की जो हमको लीप फ्रॉग करेगी। इसलिए हम लोगों ने तय किया था कि हम एक इनोवेशन सिटी तैयार करेंगे न्यू मुंबई के पास, और आज सारे इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस के सामने हमने उसको लॉन्च किया है। और स्पेशली वी हैव पार्टनर्ड विद टाटा सन्स, और इसका जो पूरा ये जो इनोवेशन सिटी है, इसका कॉन्सेप्ट जो है वो एन चंद्रा जो टाटा के प्रमुख है उन्होंने तैयार किया है। हम दुनिया की एक ऐसी इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम यहाँ लाना चाहते हैं कि जो इकोसिस्टम एक प्रकार से प्लग एंड प्ले की दृष्टि से सारे टाइप के इनोवेशंस को ड्राइव करेगी। यानी एक प्रकार से दुनिया में किसी को लगे, किसी बिजनेस को, कि मुझे इनोवेशन में जाना है तो ही शुड कम हियर, इस प्रकार से। और आज ही उसमें डेटा सेंटर और बाकी अलाइड चीज़ों के लिए टाटा सन्स ने एक कमिटमेंट किया है, करीब $11 बिलियन, $11 बिलियन का कमिटमेंट आज उन्होंने घोषित किया है इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस के सामने। और आज हमने सारे इंटरनेशनल बिजनेसेस को करीब आज अलग अलग देशों के करीब 400 लोग थे, 400 से 500 लोग, उनके सामने हमने इसको आज लॉन्च किया है।
पर आपने देखा होगा कि जो ऑपोजिशन के कुछ लीडर्स हैं वो क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि एक तरीके से शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ हो गया है कि कई सारे MOUs की संख्या और डील की वैल्यू को बढ़ाने के लिए कई सारे ऐसे लोग जिनके साथ आप मुंबई में अपने ऑफिस में ही साइन कर सकते थे MOU, उनको आप यहाँ पे लेके, हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस?
देखिए, मुझे बहुत खुशी है, आपने पिछले साल भी मुझे सवाल पूछा था और मैंने पिछले साल भी इसका जवाब दिया था। जो छोटे दिमाग के लोग होते हैं उनको ये सारी चीज़ें कई बार समझ में नहीं आती कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार कैसे चलता है और किस प्रकार से हम लोग डील करते हैं। आज दुनिया में कैपिटल का जो फ्लो है ये FDI के रूप में आता है, और अब भारत ऐसा देश है कि जहाँ पर हमारा कोई भी बिजनेसमैन अपने आप को बढ़ाने के लिए, अपने आप को एक प्रकार से बिग करने के लिए अलग अलग जो फंड्स है, अलग अलग जो बिजनेसेस है, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट करता है और FDI लाता है। तो ये जो FDI आता है, ये FDI के लिए इस प्रकार से ये डील्स होते हैं। मसलन कल किसी ने ये ट्वीट कर दिया कि आपने लोढ़ा के साथ यहाँ क्यों MOU किया। अब उनको ये पता नहीं है कि देश का सबसे बड़ा हाइपर स्केलर ये वो पलावा सिटी में ला रहे हैं, और ये हाइपर स्केलर लोढ़ा का नहीं है। इसमें कौन इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है? इसमें माइक्रोसॉफ्ट इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, इसमें NTT डेटा इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है। करीब 1 लाख करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, उसमें से 80% FDI आ रहा है। इसलिए ये जब बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां जो होती है, आपको पता है, आप तो हमेशा डावोस आते हैं, ये लोग क्या करते हैं कि इनके बोर्ड मीटिंग्स डावोस से लगकर करते हैं, और ये लोग ये सारे यहाँ होते हैं। तो नेचुरली जो इंडियन पार्टनर्स होते हैं उनको ये लगता है कि डावोस में अगर हम ये इस प्रकार से MOUs करें तो इनका प्रेजेंस होता है, ये लोग वहाँ आ सकते हैं। इसलिए डावोस में इस प्रकार के जो MOUs है वो होते हैं। और आप देखिए सारे MOUs ऑल ये FDI लाने वाले हैं, सारे FDI वाले हैं।
आपने हाइपर स्केलर्स और डेटा सेंटर्स की बात की। आजकल जो मुंबई का रीजन है उसका कंपटीशन स्टार्ट हो गया है आंध्र प्रदेश और चंद्रबाबू नायडू से। वो तो रेस में ही नहीं थे, ना 3 में ना 13 में, वो आगे रेस में और गूगल की बाजी लेके चले गए वहाँ पे।
देखिए, बहुत अच्छी बात है क्योंकि हमारे देश में डेटा सेंटर की इकोसिस्टम को तैयार करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। देखिए, आने वाला जो समय है ये एक प्रकार से डेटा, AI और सेमीकॉन, ये 3 चीज़ें डिटरमिन करने वाली है। और इसमें देश का कोई भी राज्य अगर कैपेबिलिटी तैयार करे तो हमने खुश होना चाहिए। चंद्रबाबू तो हमारे ही है, लेकिन अगर कोई समझ लीजिए कांग्रेस शासित राज्य भी है, अगर वो भी अगर ऐसी कैपेबिलिटी तैयार करता है तो हमको खुश होना चाहिए। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ मैं आपको वापस से बताना चाहता हूँ कि फॉर्चुनेटली हम लोगों ने जो डेटा सेंटर पॉलिसी तैयार की है, उस पॉलिसी को रिस्पॉन्ड करते हुए इतने बड़े पैमाने पर डेटा सेंटर का निवेश ये महाराष्ट्र में आया है। नाउ महाराष्ट्र इज डेटा सेंटर कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया। अभी हम लोग डेटा सेंटर की जो कैपेसिटी तैयार हुई है या हो रही है उसका 60% अकेला महाराष्ट्र है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसीलिए हम ये जो सारा आइडिया ड्राइव करना चाहते हैं उसको ड्राइव करने के लिए ही इस प्रकार से हम लोग अलायंसेस कर रहे हैं।
पर मैं कुछ थोड़ा सा आपस में बुड़बुड़ सुन रहा था, लोग कह रहे थे कि कुछ स्टेट जैसे आंध्र है बहुत अनफेयर एडवांटेजेस दे रहे हैं, जैसे गूगल को आकर्षित करने के लिए लैंड कम रेट पे, पावर कम रेट पे। आपको लगता है कि ये भी देखना चाहिए कि इसका आप ले तो आओगे प्रोजेक्ट, लेकिन इसका लॉन्ग टर्म पब्लिक फाइनेंस पे क्या है?
देखिए, आखिर चंद्रबाबू नायडू एक बहुत सीजन्ड पॉलिटिशियन है, वो बिजनेस समझते हैं। साइबराबाद जैसा एक बहुत ही बड़ा उन्होंने एक इकोसिस्टम खड़ा किया है, तो कुछ सोच विचार करके ही उन्होंने उसको किया होगा। लेकिन जहाँ तक महाराष्ट्र का सवाल है तो हम लोग जो भी इंसेंटिव स्ट्रक्चर रखते हैं उसमें हम लोग ये ध्यान रखते हैं कि हम लोग उसको पूरा कर पाए, क्योंकि मैं ये मानने वालों में से हूँ कि आज के वर्ल्ड में, आज की दुनिया में कैपिटल महत्व का नहीं है, ट्रस्ट महत्व का है। अगर आपके पास क्रेडिबिलिटी है तो कैपिटल फ्लो होता है, और क्रेडिबिलिटी किस चीज़ से आएगी? आप जो कहते हो अगर आप डिलीवर करोगे तो क्रेडिबिलिटी आएगी। क्रेडिबिलिटी आपने जो प्रॉमिस किया है वो अगर आपने दिया तो क्रेडिबिलिटी आएगी। तो हम लोगों ने हमारा सारा स्ट्रक्चर जो खड़ा किया है वो हमारे बैलेंस शीट को देखते हुए, आगे में हमारे फाइनेंसेस किस प्रकार से आएंगे उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने किया।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि चूंकि आपकी अब BMC में और महाराष्ट्र के ज़्यादातर जो निकाय इलेक्शंस थे उनमें जीत हुई, आपको लगता है कि जो प्रॉमिस था आपका ट्रिपल इंजन का उसका मिलेगा, और जो रिजल्ट्स आए वो आपकी उम्मीद से कैसे रहे? क्योंकि जिस तरह का असेंबली इलेक्शन में एकदम वाइप आउट था, इस बार आप जीते हो लेकिन मेजोरिटी से कुछ वार्ड्स आप ज़्यादा, ऐसे एकदम जो एक तरफ से आंधी आई और ख़त्म कर दिया, वैसा वाला हिसाब नहीं रहा।
नहीं, देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि आप अगर महाराष्ट्र में देखें तो कुल 29 महानगर पालिकाओं के चुनाव हुए, और इस 29 महानगर पालिकाओं में 2800 सीटें थी। 2800 में से 1400 सीटें तो अकेले बीजेपी को मिली है, हमारे साथियों को अलग। तो एक प्रकार से हमने इसको पूरी तरीके से स्वीप किया है। जहाँ तक मुंबई का सवाल है तो लोग तो कहते थे कि चाहे कुछ हो जाए, 2 भाई साथ में आ गए, मुंबई में तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता। लेकिन हमने मुंबई को जीता, और बीजेपी का तो मुंबई में स्ट्राइक रेट आप देखिए, हमारा स्ट्राइक रेट 70% है। 135 सीटें लड़कर 89 सीटें लाना इज अनप्रेसिडेंटेड इन मुंबई। इतनी सीटें तो जब शिवसेना साथ में थी तब भी उद्धव जी को नहीं मिली, तीनों चुनाव में नहीं मिली। तो एक प्रकार से वो सारे रिकॉर्ड हमने तोड़े हैं।
तो अब जो मेयर का चयन है और इसके बाद जो अब हमारे पावर प्ले इवेंट में आए थे जो सारे प्रोमिसेस थे, उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने का प्रोसेस कब से स्टार्ट होता है?
नहीं, वो तो तुरंत हो ही गया है। समझ लीजिए अभी आज एक बहुत और महत्वपूर्ण हमने स्ट्रेटेजिक अलायंस टाटा सन्स के साथ किया है, और वो है मुंबई में सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का। देखिए, मुंबई की एयर क्वालिटी, मुंबई की वाटर क्वालिटी, मुंबई में सॉलिड वेस्ट को वेल्थ में कन्वर्ट करना, मुंबई में डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ जो वेस्ट है उसको वेल्थ में कन्वर्ट करना, इसके लिए एक बहुत ओवर आर्चिंग इस प्रकार का हमने एक फ्रेमवर्क तैयार किया है। और अकेले टाटा उसमें नहीं रहेंगे, वो फ्रेमवर्क तैयार वो कर रहे हैं, और उस फ्रेमवर्क में जितने प्लेयर्स हैं उनको लाकर 100% मुंबई को एक सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का मॉडल बनाना, ये आज हमने अनाउंस कर दिया है, और वी हैव ऑलरेडी अनाउंस, वी वर वर्किंग ऑन इट। तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रॉमिसेस को डिलीवर करना हमने शुरू कर दिया है, और हम निश्चित रूप से उस पर करेंगे।
तो डावोस में आप कहीं प्रोमेनाड में घूमे फिरे, कुछ आपने साइट्स एंड साउंड्स भी देखे या आपने एमओयू ही आप साइन कर रहे थे पूरे?
देखिए, सच बात तो यह है कि यहाँ इतना ज़्यादा काम होता है। अभी आपने देखा होगा, कल भी मैंने 7 बजे का इवेंट कांग्रेस में अटेंड किया, आज भी 7:30 बजे का इवेंट मैंने अटेंड किया। तो सुबह 7:30 से लेकर तो रात को 9 साढ़े 9 बजे तक इवेंट्स भी चलते हैं।
इंडिया में तो 7:30 किसी को सुबह नाश्ता मीटिंग पे बुलाओ, कोई आएगा ही नहीं,
लेकिन यहाँ सब आते हैं और समय पर पहुँचना पड़ता है। और आपने भी एक्सपीरियंस किया होगा, गाड़ी छोड़कर पैदल जाना पड़ता है क्योंकि छोटा शहर है और ट्रैफिक बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। तो मुझे लगता है, लेकिन मुझे बहुत खुशी है, देखिए इतना सीखने को मिलता है। अभी मैं आपको एक उदाहरण के तौर पर बताता हूँ कि मैं एक पैनल डिस्कशन में था जिसमें करीब 9 देशों के मिनिस्टर्स थे जो AI को देख रहे ऐसे मिनिस्टर्स थे। आई वॉज द ओनली चीफ मिनिस्टर, बाकी सारे फेडरल मिनिस्टर्स थे, एक डिप्टी प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी थे। तो वहाँ पर UAE ने एक बहुत अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट रखा कि हम लोग वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट ये जो हमने DPI तैयार किया है, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उसमें अब नेक्स्ट जेन रिफॉर्म्स क्या है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने ऐसा तय किया है कि हमारा टारगेट ये रहेगा ज़ीरो ब्यूरोक्रेसी। तो हम लोग अभी ज़ीरो ब्यूरोक्रेसी को इंसेंटिवाइज कर रहे हैं। तो मेरे ये ध्यान में आया कि इट इज़ अ वेरी गुड थिंग विच वी शुड अडॉप्ट। या हम लोग ये विचार कर रहे थे कि हाउ टू मेक AI रिस्पॉन्सिबल। तो उसमें जर्मनी के AI मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि हम लोग ये प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि जो एल्गोरिदम्स है उसी को हम लोग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एम्बेडेड करेंगे, यानी जो हाउ टू बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल, ये अगर उसको हमने एम्बेड किया तो अल्टीमेटली आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तो जिस प्रकार से सीखता है उसी प्रकार से वो अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करता है। तो उस प्रकार के प्रॉम्प्ट्स उसमें हम लोग तैयार करेंगे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये हर चीज़ अपने लिए बहुत सीखने लायक है।
आप भी काफ़ी कुछ सीख के जा रहे हैं, मतलब ऐसे अगर आप जो बोल रहे हो आपने कर दिया तो आपकी भी इमेज एकदम वो एक डावोस मैन वाली बन जाएगी कुछ टाइम।
देखिए, करने की कोशिश तो हम बिल्कुल करने वाले हैं। और मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ कि डावोस आना इसलिए है कि डावोस 2 चीज़ें होती है। एक, इन द फाइनेंशियल वर्ल्ड इफ़ यू हैव टू रिमेन रिलेवेंट यू हैव टू बी इन डावोस। दूसरा, मैं जैसे हमने यहाँ MOUs के मैंने आपको बताया, इसमें 10 से 12 हमारे MOUs स्ट्रैटेजिक MOUs है। जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ जियोलॉजी नीदरलैंड्स, ये जियोलॉजी में इट इज़ द एस इंस्टीट्यूशन इन द वर्ल्ड। अब हमने उसके साथ स्ट्रैटेजिक MOU किया है। मुंबई में हम लोग जो टनलिंग का एक प्रोजेक्ट ले रहे हैं उसमें उनकी हमको मदद मिलेगी। यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ बर्कले के साथ हमने किया है, MIT लैब के साथ हमने किया है। अभी देखिए, मेडटेक एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है कि जो आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी हर व्यक्ति के लिए जो एक आरोग्य ले जाना चाहते हैं उसमें मेडटेक का बहुत महत्व होगा। और आज MIT जैसे संस्थाओं ने मेडटेक में इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था खड़ी की है कि उनके जो इनक्यूबेटर्स है वहाँ से मेडटेक के मैक्सिमम यूनिकॉर्न्स वहाँ से खड़े हुए हैं। तो अब हमने उनको उसी प्रकार की लैब या उसी प्रकार की व्यवस्था करने के लिए उनके साथ MOU किया है। तो हम लोग केवल उनका निवेश नहीं लाना चाहते, हम लोग उनके माध्यम से यहाँ पर मेडटेक में निवेशक तैयार करना चाहते हैं। हम लोग यूनिकॉर्न्स स्टार्टअप्स और यूनिकॉर्न्स तैयार करना चाहते हैं। तो ऐसे करीब 10 से 12 स्ट्रैटेजिक MOUs हमने किए हैं कि जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि नॉलेज और टेक्नोलॉजी ये दोनों हमारे साथ ले आएंगे।
सब हम वापस आ गए हैं आपके जहाँ पे आपके MOUs चल रहे थे। मुझे लग रहा है आपका अगला MOU इंतजार कर रहा है। आपने हमें वक्त दिया NDTV से बात करने के लिए।
थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा
Welcome to this edition of Davos Diaries. I'm Tamanna Inamdar, and what a fantastic day it has been for Team NDTV in Davos at the World Economic Forum. We have ended up speaking to some of the most significant, impactful and biggest names from this playground of the thinkers and global elite. On the show, you are going to hear from the bosses of the IMF and the World Bank, top corporate leaders, including one Indian leader who was with US President Donald Trump in the previous evening, speaking about the future of the world. That and a lot more coming up on the show.
It's been a really busy World Economic Forum this time around in Davos, Switzerland, for all sorts of reasons, not least of all because of the concerns between the United States and Europe. But apart from that, the World Economic Forum looks at several issues. We look at education, we look at health, we look at artificial intelligence, and we look at the state of the world's economy. We've got a wonderful guest with us. Kristalina Georgieva is the MD of the International Monetary Fund, and we are delighted, ma'am, to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
AI is something that has been a source of conversation here for quite some time. And I noticed that there was some mild differences, if you can call it that, between what you had suggested India was as an AI power and what the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to up to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI. to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's been quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
You're correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
Start with something that was just announced, the Board of Peace, of which you're an executive member. How do you see this play out? Because everyone's wondering, okay, so President Trump's announced this Board of Peace. He's got people like you on the executive membership. What happens next?
The real thing to think about is not the structure or the Board of Peace or whatever. You should think that's important because you need to get the right political buy-in, which is what he's trying to do by getting political leaders of different countries to either decide to be part of it or not. That's their choice. But that's what he's trying to do. The real thing we're trying to figure out is this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually make a difference in Gaza and Palestine, in a region that has been disturbed for a long time. And if you add up the full Arab world together, there's 1 billion people living there. And Gaza has always been the Middle East, that Israel-Palestine issue has festered. Is this a chance to make a difference? You have a historic peace deal after 2.5 years of trauma for everyone, starting with the attacks that happened on Israel and then the war that happened after that. Deaths everywhere, hostages, you've seen the images. So I think the real issue is, can you turn the page? And can you come to a stage where Hamas actually disarms? That's the political side of this. But then once it's disarmed, can you create the opportunity for recreation, reconstruction, create a new life for these Palestinians, and therefore for the region around them? That's what I think about. The politics of this, I'm not into.
Let's leave the politics aside. Just in terms of governance architecture, there's a certain post-Second World War governance architecture. The World Bank and several other institutes were one way of looking at it. The other is that the United Nations, for example, now dysfunctional. So a new setup and architecture being created. Do you think it can effectively work?
This is an alternative to the UN. In fact, I think the president today was very clear to say 2 or 3 times, we're going to work with the UN on this. This is something that he said in the UN GA when I was sitting there in his opening speech. He said the UN is deeply relevant. It has huge potential. But is it living up to its potential? That's his view, and the view that many share on that topic. What I try and do is focus on what we are doing, right? At the end of the day, we're working not just with the US, but in this case with Europeans, with the Middle East, the Saudis, the Qataris, the Turks, to try and find a way of, can we be helpful? So we got this group together. They prepared a report that I shared with all my countries that are members, EU and the US included, and the Middle East, and including with people like Jared. And when they began to work on this idea, portions of that plan are useful. It's broken into 4 parts. urban renewal and reconstruction. Obvious, you probably saw Jared's slide with the amount of rubble and unexploded ordnance and the work there. But then there's the aspect of bringing back people, the diaspora, as well as the people who have been there and need to be reskilled and given a chance to succeed. Then what role could the private sector play, and how will they be brought in, the banking system and the insurance system? And then how do you connect Palestine and Gaza to its neighbors? And you heard the announcement of the Rafah crossing reopening, but that's symbolic. At the end of the day, the connection I'm talking about is a real trade and digital connection between Palestine and its neighbors, including Israel and Egypt and the Saudis and the Gulf.
The World Bank.
That's the kind of work we brought out. I think help with that.
The World Bank exists in a certain context where there's a rules-based order. What are you making of everything that's happened this past week and over the last several months in terms of tariff being used as a principal economic lever to influence policy?
Remember, we don't get involved with trade in that sense. We get involved with helping countries be competitive for trade. But the tools of trade, the WTO is a whole other organization. You'll get a much better thoughtful response to tariffs from Ngozi than you will from me. My view is very simple. My view is that actually, if you think about trade over the last 20 years, and if you bear with me for 2 minutes, I'll give you some interesting facts, which most people don't think about. In the last 20 years, global trade has quadrupled. The emerging markets, which is the countries we are interested in discussing, have actually gone from 20% of that to 40%. So their share has doubled while the trade has quadrupled, meaning the emerging markets are no longer a passenger. They are an integral part of the trade ecosystem. The second is regional and bilateral deals. India has a number of them, but many countries have them. In the same 20 years, they've gone from 135 roughly to 350 roughly, almost 3 times. In the last 10 years, 10 have been signed. 100 have been signed in the last 10 years. So if you think about it, the idea of not just relying on global trade, but also doing regional and bilateral deals has become important. Third factor, the opportunity for trade within a region is not understood properly. In Africa, intra-regional trade in Africa is only 15% of their trade. In South Asia, it's under 10. You know what it is in East and Southeast Asia? 50+%. I'm not talking about Europe, which is a combination. This is ASEAN. And so I think the opportunity for a lot of countries is to think about trade differently and to think about reducing your own tariffs, because a lot of the emerging markets actually have tariffs as well, and including India, but other countries too. And then the second part is, can you reduce your non-tariff barriers? Simplification of trade, digitization of trade, reducing border challenges, things of that nature. And then the third part of that is, if you do those two things well, can you also encourage competitiveness and investment in the right industries for your future? And I think India has done pretty well on a number of these, but the topic of trade I view from a different lens. I view from the fact that the emerging markets are now integral in trade, and you shouldn't allow yourself to get distracted by one discussion on tariffs here, which changes tomorrow.
What I love about the fact is that you're so out and about, trying to find out what's happening, wrapping your head around all the geopolitical issues. Donald Trump was here in Davos. What did you make of his speech? And you were among the few Indian businessmen who actually had an opportunity to be part of a meeting with him. How was that?
Predictable. I think everybody expected him to be going off script, and which he did. I think there's too much noise. And as Secretary Besant said, don't react to noise. Keep your calm. Things will get better. I believe that. In the end, U.S. is an important part of the world, one of the most economically powerful, militarily powerful nation. But it is still a democratic nation where if things go completely out of hand, things will start to come back. What is important is for the world to know the old world order has certainly shifted. Now, where will it land up? What new institutions will come through it? But something has to give now. Europe will have to come together as a voice. No more fragmented Europe and together through Brussels. It doesn't work. Have one voice. You can't have a situation where two leading heads of state have a strong reaction and two say, no, we must compromise. It doesn't work. Europe in the next 10 years would have made their own arrangements on defense, on security, on intelligence sharing, on satellites, GPS, but it will take 10 years. They have been I mean, if I may say, Europe has been on a vacation. And when you come back from a vacation, you can either be very charged up to do things, or you can be in a lazy mode, not do much. What Trump has done is, I think, shake them up very hard. I think Europe is acting now.
Is there a method in the madness that you see, or do you only see madness?
There is a method. There is a method. Ask for the moon, settle for the stars.
How should India be dealing with Donald Trump, given the fact that he actually did impose the tariffs? You know, in the case of Greenland, now he's pulled back against Europe, but in India, he's stuck with the tariffs. कभी-कभी बोलता रहता और बढ़ा दूंगा, and he's giving all kinds of threats. What's your sense as a corporate leader how the country should be dealing with Donald Trump?
I would say India has dealt well, although I know there's a lot of people who criticize India could have done this, India could have done that. You know, as I mentioned, I mean, I'm in the world of business, but I am also a student of geopolitics. I personally feel India has done well by keeping quiet, not reacting to the noise. Our leadership has had a lot of, calm, approach towards the whole issue. They engage. Foreign Minister Jaishankar, Piyush Goyal at every level. I had a chance to meet Secretary Howard Lutnick yesterday. You can see that underlying things are moving now. India is focused on the EU deal. Hopefully next week the EU deal should get inked, which is a really
How significant do you think that is? Ursula von der Leyen called this the mother of all deals. How significant would an India-EU free trade agreement be?
I think it'll be big, because EU needs a big country. China is not the natural choice. US is in a difficult situation. India, with 1.5 billion people, becomes a continent for Europe to have access to. And equally, over $25 trillion economy that EU jointly is meaningful for India. I would say this will be a good cushion for India and also gives it strength to negotiate with the US better.
Let's spend some time talking about the telecom sector back home and the developments that are taking place. And as a consumer, a lot of chatter around 6G in the Indian context and when it comes, what it means, how do consumers benefit and when does it start?
Look, with every generation of technology, you get higher speed and more capacity, lower latency. I mean, these are the three powerful elements. From 2G to 5G, that's where we have come. Today, you can do so much more stuff on your phone than you could ever do in the 2G era. With 6G, it becomes a completely new ecosystem where machines are talking to each other, where cars are talking to each other. I mean, it's a fully connected world. Latency is going to be super low, 10, 15 milliseconds, which means robotic surgery. If there's a bleed during a robotic surgery remotely, things can be fixed very quickly. Space technology, data centers going up into space. Lesser requirement of energy, energy efficiencies, and then you strap on top of that AI, and you know how things are going to play out. Robotics, millions of robots working all over the world connected onto the 6G network. So 6G standard is going to produce lower latency, significantly higher speeds, and more capacity, and above all, very precise slicing of network. If you are doing something which is very critical, your service quality will be very different individually for that particular connection than the millions of the rest of the users who are doing YouTube or something else.
How are you looking at your rollout and build-up plans?
Well, 5G is still on the rollout phase. I think there's 2 more years of 5G saturation. 4G saturation is almost done now, which is very good. 6G is about 3 to 4 years away from first trials, and give it another 2-3 years after that. In our case, we are consumers of technology. We don't produce ourselves, but we are deeply attached to what's going on in the world. I was the chairman of GSMA, now Gopal, vice chairman of the GSMA CEO. We are connected to the world, tracking the technology trends. We will always bring technology in line with the rest of the world for our customers.
In the context of what happened in the aviation sector, there were lots of concerns raised by government and by citizens about duopolies. Now, a lot of effort has been made to prop up additional players in the telecom sector, but it's really essentially just the 2 big boys. How do you see that, and what do you think, not just from your own corporate lens, but if you zoom out also, what do you think should be done with a sector like the telecom sector so we don't end up in a duopolistic situation?
Look, I think one thing which is recognized by the political leadership is India's infrastructure, hard infrastructure will take a long time. How to mitigate that, how to still get the economy going and fire up all engines was digital infrastructure. And that, I would say, has been tremendously done. The launch of 5G, the speed at which the government moved in giving us the spectrum, And more importantly, the danda that was on us, rollout. I think it's been the fastest rollout, despite the fact there's not much revenue. We fulfilled the task for India, knowing that this is required. And it's been the fastest rollout anywhere in the world. Fiber optic cables have been laid out, submarine cables have been put up, more space capacity has been created. But all this needs energy. Thankfully, India was also focused on renewable energy, other forms of energy. Energy is not a problem here in India today. Both these combined with a drop-in of the digital stack created the wonderful ecosystem of digital infrastructure. And now you can keep building roads and ports and airports which are carrying on. So I think that part has been very, very well done. And this industry requires a ton of capital to invest. You can't have 10 operators, each fighting for the piece. But you also can't have a monopoly. So the government is right in the wisdom to have 3 private players plus BSNL. But every player has to fight for a space and place. Vodafone Idea, which was the largest operator after the merger, has become a shadow of themselves. Government has given them a supporting hand. Let's see how far they can go.
Do you see any hope for them?
You always have to have hope. They have pockets of strengths, but they are behind by several years and several $1 billion, tens of thousands of crores needs to be invested in where us and Jio have taken the lead. So it'll really depend on the management. I mean, you'll have to ask them. Government has done the job. I think it's now for the company.
The highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening, and we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint.
What was that exchange?
Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries. And beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for a logistics business, for a real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on capex, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo-Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Look used for that in the back.
Welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening. And we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint.
What was that exchange?
Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries. And beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, our resorts, for our logistics business, for our real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on CapEx, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline, and that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
And the private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
In terms of what the conversations have been like in Davos for you, apart from the VVIP meeting with President Trump, what has been the highlight and what has been the biggest talking point? Let's keep the geopolitics aside. Has AI taken center stage once again and adoption across various industries?
AI is clearly center stage, and there have been some very good discussions on how possibilities with AI, is it hype or is it just something that will transform all our businesses? So lots of discussion on AI, lots on geopolitics as well. How coping with that? How are they facing challenges and responding to uncertainty? For us, it's also a great way to meet with many of our joint venture partners who are global, many of our investors, potential partners, and these are great meetings to have, great relationships to have, and something that just strengthens the Mahindra Group overall.
One message for the outlook for the Mahindra Group in 2026, and the core of that could be AI adoption, or the lens could be AI adoption.
So for us, it is again staying on track. We have done well. Our leaders and our associates have just put in tremendous effort and got us to where we are today. We are on